Hey, what's good everyone? Hello, a little bit late. We got a lot of last second sign up, so I'm just getting everything set up in that regard. So give me 1 second just to finish up the seating, and then we can hop in the game, and it's gonna be great because again, got so many players today. It's gonna be an awesome bracket. Can't wait. But yeah, just 1 second and I'll have everything set up here for you guys. For birthday train's a trip banger, dude. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Who doesn't like birthday train, man? Do, do, do. Almost 100 entrants, by the way. 2 away, unfortunately, but you know, 98. That is pretty dang solid as well. Any surprises planned for later? I don't think there's any surprises today necessarily. Like, it's just you know, it's just the same thing as before, that we have you know, kind of sponsorship thing going on for Headstomper that I still didn't make like the presentation for. Hell yeah, Gara. If you actually, Gara, if you no mind actually. But yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, for the Headstomper thing, I'm gonna make something like a graphic with whatever people who are close to qualifying, the points, stuff like that. I'll make a graphic of that at some point. Just not today. Maybe tonight. Who knows? But we're a little bit late, so with that, you know, in mind, I'm just gonna up to the brackets. We're gonna start the tournament. I'm gonna put some stream matches, and you know, we'll get going. A little bit. We're 2 minutes late. Disaster. Let us have. There was one guy I wanted to see, fellow Danish player Daugion on stream up against Madi. Oh yeah, Gara. Otherwise, you can just put it, like, it's easier just donating it to Matcherino, honestly. I'll just pre-make the Matcherino, if that's fine. I think that works better. Let's do Capachungus, because I want to see Capachungus on stream. I'm against Skyseer, I guess. Then we'll have to do... There's a lot of really good matches here, actually, potentially to have in round 2. Yeah, Capachungus is a great name. Great name. We'll have maybe Singing Dragon against Doritooo, I guess. That's like just a banger waiting to happen right there. We'll do... Your pizza time is called SillyTime? Hey, yo. Wait, that's weird. But, Gara, you send money with PayPal. It's just like you donate to Matcherino with PayPal. That's how it works usually. But yeah, if it's easy to send to me, that's also completely valid. Of course, that's fine. That is fine. Again, since I'm commentating first half, I'm just doing this. If you're not on stream, you can officially play. I'm just gonna send out the ping in 1 second, but just know that you are good to, you know, be gaming if you are not on stream. Today I'll be PNG Ask because well, I don't need a shower, not gonna lie. So you can imagine that. That's what happens when you give an adult holiday. Oh, like that, yeah. That's valid. Oh, that's true, Doritooo. Well, it's because your match is like on paper the closest match we get in round 2. Okay, like it's like the closest match we have there. So if you're in like that about 30 seed ish, then always I tend to put those matches on stream because they're always good. Well, sometimes. Yeah, valid. Fine, I'll figure it out. The funny thing is, because I don't have euros either, because I'm from Denmark, so we're all struggling in the Euro world of euros, but we don't use them. Great. All right. In any case, let me just ping my co-commentator. See if they're here. Let me get the game started. Image and stuff. Face. Shang plays Baiken. Baiken gamer. Singing Dragon. Somehow read Shang Badang. Singing Dragon plays May. I feel like Singing Dragon played Baiken sometime as well, actually. I see. Yeah, makes sense. I was confusing two people anyways. Good job, me already there.
Guilty Gear Strive.
Is it? Do you not want to be called a Baiken player? Baiken's cool, right? I guess that's kind of be called like if jury player. I guess I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah. I get it. But I mean, being a May player is not really that much better, right? Like, kind of. If you want to be based, you could just be an Axel player, right? Like, Axel that's one of the only based characters, That's like the top compliment. He's British, that's true. Put a giant walking ace in here and fine. Deck chat. You can see how my beautiful overlay works now. It's scuffed as hell. Kind of cool. So fun fact, as you can see, the animation around the border of my overlay, right, of the commentator cams, actually the way it works in real life is that I have gone to Blender, the 3D animation program, and I've made a 3D render of a box with the light like moving, like the camera is above the box and there's like a beam of light moving across it. And because of that, when you put like an image in the middle like that, it looks like the border is actually being colored. But in reality, it's actually just one like beam of light going up and down. There you go. The wonders of doing stream production stuff. Magic. Alright. For first match, of course, we are gonna have Daugion. We're gonna have Madi. So it's gonna be Denmark. It's gonna be well, I forgot where Madi's from. That's gonna be good. I could have used that. Well, TBF, it wasn't that hard to do in Blender, but yeah. I've never used After Effects in my life, okay? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's much cooler to say that you 3D rendered it in Blender. Isn't it? I don't know. That is kind of how it is. Yeah, so we're gonna have Madi on P1 here. We're gonna have Daugion P2. I hope Good Job is here. Otherwise, it's just gonna be like double ace first half, which is fine. I don't mind. Kinda chilling today. You know, got my holiday and everything, so not too rough. I haven't seen Daugion play before, which is funny because Daugion is actually going to like my monthlies. I haven't seen him play at all because I always get up too late to see the Strive tournament. So it's always fun having like a Danish player that actually shows up even to offline stuff where I am at, but I'm just never there in time. Alright, there we go. It's gonna be Madi on that Axel up against Baiken. Yeah, Daugion, yeah. Talking it into existence. So obviously Baiken drop. This matchup, I can say, as Axel feels a little bit annoying, right? Because you're always scared. You're throwing out those big buttons if you're getting carried. You're always kind of scared of getting tethered as well, right? That is scary for a lot of characters, but I feel like especially, you know, Axel, you have that 2K, of course, but it is still a little bit scary. But it is right now Madi just setting up the pressure. Daugion gonna get... Ooh, surviving there. There we go. Oh, big counter hit. Yeah, Blender's free. Blender's free. I'm a free gamer. Gonna be Daugion first round. There we go. Jump in as well. Pressure. That's a Tommy gonna connect with the low. Alright. We got one stick of butter. Again, Madi just stuck in this corner. Needs to find a way out. No way. Oh no. Well, meter has been spent by Daugion. So, counter hit there on the Rainwater. Not gonna hit much here though. Counter hit. Alright, Daugion takes it. There we go. 1-0 in the lead here for the young Dane. So I would say for Danish players especially, it feels like we got a kind of resurgence of young players picking up Strive. We had like kind of an era of young people coming in with Strive, and now we got even more young people. Go. Duel 1. Let's rock. Daugion just gonna continue right, running in, setting up all of that pressure here. Big counter hit as well. Half-life lost. Gonna break the wall. Madi in a bit of trouble now. 6p as well connecting from Daugion. Got 2 sticks of butter. Gonna spend one right here. And Axel, again, not a character known for having a lot of tension. Alright, downstairs we go. Pressuring in. YRC, big counter on the 2H. I'm not working. Wait a second. Could be a chance here for Madi to get something going. Just a 5p. No. Daugion out of the air, sending out that tornado. Oh, but the jump. JH there, not going to work out right. Just jumped a little bit too far, making it whiff. I mean, Salty's not really a business. It was good, Marissa. But yeah, I get what you mean. But yeah, I also just pay for stuff because I have adult money, so whatever. Yeah. For you, absolutely. That's valid. A counter. No, I still have to pay tax. Actually, if I made it a business, I could probably write off the prize pools as a business expense and save money. So I should make it a business technically to save money, because I still have to pay hella tax of any like Twitch revenue. I have to pay like 40% or something. There we go. 1-1. It's still so little that it doesn't really matter. If this was a business, it would be a very, very bad business. Me losing, you know, maybe like at least hundreds of dollars every year. Pressuring in here, Daugion spending 1 stick of butter. And that is going to be a 2-0 lead here for the young Dane. Damn. All right. Madi in a bit of trouble now. Yeah, I mean, Axel has no guts at all, right? So that's the thing. He's like one of those characters that tends to kind of explode a little bit as well. Alright, final chance here for Madi to stay alive in the winner's side of things. We'll have to see how that one turns out. Yeah, Axel has exactly 1 guts. Get hit in the air. Look at that. To counter hit as well for a lot of damage. And Madi. Character to 0. Alright. You know, that's fine. Axel, you know, Axel has the hover, obviously. Final chance. Set point here. Big counter hit, gonna jump in. Oh, good back throw there from Madi, gonna set up the pressure and just a tap 5B. Get around on the board here now. A little bit late, but there's still a chance here. Instead, the set. Try and zone out. The gun comes out. PRC to stay safe. Very nice reaction there from Madi. Nice Renson connects. Okay, Winter Mandis again. Daugion forced back. Big counter hit. And that is going to be a 2-1 now. All right, Madi. Staying alive. All right.
Mankind. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Alright, so to game 4 we go. Get tethered here. That's going to be rough. Tatami connecting low. Just a 2k there from Daugion. JS trying to just again establish that. Uh-oh, the parry. Yeah, that's scary. I feel like, you know, Madi has been looking a little bit stronger when he's successfully just able to zone Daugion out. JH here. Oh! Just pressing on... honestly, I don't know even how that worked, because you're definitely very minus after that JD on you. I feel you definitely would be. Well, maybe not. Maybe I don't know frame data on my own character. Who knows? Gonna send out the tornado. Another one. Pressuring in, but it is Daugion here again. Tether, who's stuck in the corner. Sanson into that wall break. Tensions gonna rise here for the Baiken, but it is madi again getting a better start here off of the wall break. And now we're back to the zoning again. I feel like madi has been doing really solid, just zoning out Daugion. Every time, you know, you go in, you're taking that risk. So maybe in this case, just a little bit better. Oh, the Axel bomb around start. All right, that's kind of crazy. Hang out the Ransom. Daugion trying to get in. Matrino should work, unless Matrino is specifically like the website is dead. Oh yeah, the website is just dead. GG's. I think it should be up against you. Sometimes this happens. But yeah, website is should legit be dead. The gun! Oh, PRC to stay safe. Oh my god, madi. Oh my days. Staying alive, gonna send out the tornado. JS. But here we go, this Daugion getting in, and that's gonna lead to so much damage. Final chance for madi, and that is gonna do it. Denmark with that W. Daugion takes it over madi. 3, 2, 1. Very nice.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Sorry for being late.
No worries. We you know, we make do. What's good?
Yeah, I kind of fell asleep.
It's a classic.
Yeah. So what did I miss?
We just had
Just one
our
match?
first match.
Oh, okay.
It was Danish Baiken taking it over Axel.
I heard you say the name madi.
Yeah, it was madi.
Yep. I know that Axel. I think he's Russian.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because they didn't give a flag, so there we go. But yes, and that means we are ready for our game 2. It's gonna be PataChu. What a good name against Skyseer. Yeah, the tweet is so funny. PataChu here. Skyseer. Interesting matchup here. 2 players. Do you know PataChu? Do you know Skyseer?
Oh well, I mean, I think I know Skyseer. He's if I'm correct, he's an Axel player from Russia.
Oh,
also.
Okay. Yeah, is that like the secret Axel region or something?
Well, I wouldn't say so. You just got like 2 out of 3 Axel players that are active there. Yep.
Double
That's
Axel
you.
here. Oh yeah, Matrino is back, by the way, if anyone wondering. It just died for like a second. Yeah. PataChu, E1, Skyseer, E2 here. This one goes. So again, this matchup a little bit rough. I feel like if you're Axel, right, super scary. I think, well, you do have some options of keeping out Slayer, but you know he also has, you know, all his K mapper stuff like that to get in very easily in between your timings. So definitely, I mean, that can be very scary. And you see just a mapper coming out immediately.
Yep. Oh, nice conversion though with the tornado.
Yeah, so tornado, of course, is something, you know, that can kind of annoy the Slayer a little bit, right? Setting out kind of like a wall, but realize that it does take some time to charge up. Oh, eating the Winterman is there. All right. Oh,
Ooh, nice attempt to get out with a Maba Hunch, but and yeah, jump slash. Finished up the first round for Skyseer. Oh,
the round start Axel bomb again. What's up with that, man? That's crazy.
I mean, Russian Axel players. What can I say?
Just trying to get that.
Tries to get that 2H, yeah. But
2H.
unfortunately,
Oh, letting him play it all here, Skyseer, and break the wall instead.
yeah, great awareness from Skyseer. Ooh, that might have been a lot of damage, but unfortunately drops the combo. But Skyseer doesn't block it for some reason. I think he recovered it there already, so...
Yeah, maybe didn't recover, I think. I assume
I didn't
that's
see a
why.
punish, so...
Yeah, 1-0 for the Skyseer here. Interesting. Right, game 2 we go. First game pretty one-sided there for Skyseer. Seems to have a pretty solid game plan of how to keep out the Slayer, and of course keep Slayer from pressing too many buttons.
Ooh, nice spacing there to avoid the K Mappa hunch. Into here and back to neutral.
Yep. Again, Tornado
This is, of
coming
course,
out right. Just really trying to stop Chungus here from getting in. Win the Mandis! Oh, there we go, the conversion there. That's gonna kill us, right?
Yep. Actual normals do a lot of damage when at full range, so... Ooh, Kappa finally gets that one counter hit and cross up pile bunker. Might be scary for Skyseer right now.
Okay, edge, but there we go, the Maba connecting, and yeah, it doesn't take much for Axel just to completely explode this matchup. All bunker.
Yep. Ooh, that's an interesting situation. That's for sure. Ooh, and Mappa Hunch finally connects, and that's round for Kappa. That's third round. Finally, 2H works for Kappa.
A lot of damage already here for Capachungus. Uh-oh! Is that the close slash?
Very aggressive Axel Bomber from Skyseer.
That tornado again, and see, that's been kind of the crux here in the match, right? It has been just that tornado being a thorn in the side of Capachungus, but the second here again wins a man.
One pixel and a dream, alright, and grabs the deflect shield and takes the second game.
Yeah.
By the skin on their teeth.
Sing here.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Palette change for Kappa. Alright. Finally gets in. Ooh, 2H. First saw the burst.
Just send out the Renson. It's just like the Renson. You know, we get the tornado, we get the Renson. We're gonna get the Winder Mandis, and just kind of working out. But look at that now. That's gonna be so much damage and a hard knockdown as well. And Skyseer is forced to take a mix. Last frames.
Ooh. And well, that's the round.
Yep. Just willing to commit to the pile bunker.
I mean, he had RC, so... Alright. Catches the jump out. Ooh. Nice counter hit there. Should be a lot of damage. Resets in the corner. Doesn't want to play neutral with Axel, which is understandable. And that pile bunker actually finishes out the round and takes the first game, actually, for Kappa.
Yep.
Making the score 2-1.
2-1, yeah.
Onto the fourth game. Aggressive from start from Skyseer, and well, it's working out for him so far. Catches the backdash with Tornado.
It seems like, you know, it is just such a tightrope, this matchup, because again, there's nothing, you don't need to hit that much, right, as the Slayer, but getting in right now is a struggle, and that's perfect from Skyseer, just one round away. Again, match point here for the Axel.
Yep. No, nice counter hit into a burst bait, into a pile bunker loop.
Oh.
Resets into Master Hammer, and this will kill.
Yep.
Into another loop just for fun.
Yep. So Skyseer has proven right to be very, you know, trigger happy maybe on the defensive. So it makes sense that now you're just putting out the pile bunker. You're saying, you know what, I'm just gonna call you out, and if you press, you're gonna eat, well, a little bit of damage. Let's just say that. What a combo.
Oh, that's a decent chunk of damage. Messes up the super, I guess.
Yeah. So that's so much.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Deflect shield just ran out, and well, as the move name says, it's late. Yeah. Yep. Ties up the score. 2-2.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Right.
Aggressive call out of rainwater from round start from Kappa. Love to see it. Doesn't punish the 2H wave, unfortunately. Nice aggressive burst there, but an even more aggressive 5P anti-air from Kappa. Cross up pile bunker into a pile bunker loop. This will end the round for sure. And it's set point for Kappa. Backdashes that command grab, alright. Now we're in the corner, forced to eat plus frames. But a nice 5k up, I mean 2k A.B.A. Tried to match there, but unfortunately not quite enough to kill. Blocks the pile bunker, but doesn't use FD, and so gets chipped out. PataChu takes the set 3-2. Yeah, 3-2.
2 indeed. So that's what can happen, right, in this matchup. But good stuff, right? PataChu was down quite a bit, somehow managing to rally back. So many set points there for Skyseer, but yeah, not able to finish the job.
Honestly, went way better for Skyseer than I thought it would. So huge props to him.
Definitely, yeah. But that means now we are gonna have our next match. It's gonna be Doritooo up against Singing Dragon or Sing Sing, and there's gonna be Mei up against Ino. Interesting.
I don't know how this happens, but this is like the third stream in a row where I'm commenting Doritoo's matches.
I think for Salty, especially, it's a case of being seeded where usually you face off against players that are that are close to your own skill level, and I tend to always pick those matches.
Yeah, it's understandable. Alright, on to the first game.
Doritooo from? I always forget. Spain, yeah, makes sense. All these Eno players, of course, there was Spanish.
Right. Nice XP so far from Doritooo. Goes for a double overhead, but gets called out with the 6P. Sure feels like Sing does know the Ina matchup. Very aggressive defensive calls, but thus far they were mostly correct. But ooh, tried to go for a Tosugeki there, but unfortunately get slow profile. Then first round goes to Doritooo. That's a big counter hit. I think that was a dropped reset. Alright, deflect shield gets used. Another nice XP from Doritooo. And this should break the wall, right? Yep, that's correct. And a simple dumbbell jump with the JH is enough to take the round for Sing on to the third round. Breaks the wall and pretty decent chunk of damage for Ina. Let's see what Sing manages to push out in neutral. Nice deflect shield into Otsugeki, gets a counter hit. This will be a lot of damage. Not quite enough to get a kill, but still enough to kill it. Oh, that's a block and a close slash punish. Nice.
Really?
First game goes to Sing. Yep.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Oh, I think something's going on there. Alright. Sing is like, being a bit silly, I guess. That was like 6 vertical dolphins in a row. Ooh, goes for deflect shield but gets grabbed and we're in the corner. BRC mix there. And well, the first round goes to Doritooo. Trade on the round start. Alright, Sing finally getting advantage in this match. Oh, but not for long. Doritooo gives up his burst and we're back in the corner. Nice catch there from Doritooo, and yeah.
Run in, getting the throw. There we go. That's going to be so much damage here in the corner. Go once again for the super. Yes, sir. We're going to spend it for that hard knockdown.
Nice empty command throw into death, probably. Yep, wall break into super. Just to make sure. You haven't either, might as well. And back to neutral.
Get connecting.
Oof. Once again, deflect shield just doesn't last long enough to block the attack.
Oh, the super! What a reaction there from Doritooo.
Yep, and the 6H counter hit into... Yep. The second game... Oh, wait, no.
Sing took the first game, right? It's 1-1. My bad.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
1-1, both players.
Ooh. Great counter hit from Sing. Although First made short work of that combo. Nice reset there. Wonder if it wasn't intentional. Either way, Doritooo already did a ton of damage to Sing Sing. And now has them in the corner. This should be the end of the round. Yep. Big counter hit. Should be able to reset it. Yep. Roll. 2k into 6h confirms into a wall break combo. A decent chunk of damage, but not enough to kill once again. Either way. Oh, that's an interesting counter hit to beat. That's for sure. Just needs one more hit, but the Doritooo can also. I still believe that Sing can still win this round. But nope, unfortunately jumps into a 6p. And yeah, that's the second game for Doritooo.
Yep, looking solid.
Wins.
Alright, so let us see who is going to move on in our bracket here. Of course, PataChu waiting in top 64, so that's not going to be an easy match.
Yep. Nice dolphin catch there with HCL. Oh, and a nice combo. A lot of damage actually for Doritooo. Nice 6p, but unfortunately gets countered with a 6p from Sing Sing. I mean. RCs to keep up the combo and yep. Breaks the wall. No hard knockdown though. Back to neutral. Vertical dolphins seem to be working out. At least for the time being. I mean, yeah. I wonder if we'll see another vertical dolphin anytime soon. Oh. Tried to go for a 6p there, but no. Doritooo went for 2k and double KO actually. On the first round,
It's kind of a rare thing, right? Double KO there.
yeah,
I think
usually
that's
when
good for Sing Sing here in this situation. Definitely look like.
Usually when double KO happens, I'm the only one losing the life. At least when I'm playing. Relatable, am I right? Oh, nice JH there. Gets a counter hit, but yeah, unfortunately we reset to neutral and Doritooo actually just won that with a dive kick. Brings them to the wall and breaks it. Ooh, big counter hit. Unfortunately doesn't make the full conversion and gets burst baited.
Oh.
He just not afford. Yeah.
Let me just. Skyseer! I wonder what happened here. Oh wait, I guess Sing Sing just lost, I guess, and then Alta 4.
Only yeah, Sing Sing just lost and Delta 4.
Yeah,
that's
what for some reason I thought there was like some issues, but it was just the Alta 4. Dice kit, I take it back.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly like what I said. All right.
Yeah, I wonder what happened because we still have Sing Sing in the.
Well, I mean, yeah, that just happens when you ult 4, so.
All right.
It kind of breaks the station for a few minutes.
Well, that's the 3-1 then for Doritooo. Third. That means we are going to go into our top 64 now. It's going to be Shocker up against SillyTime, also known as Pizza Time. If we have a change there. Shocker also repping a YoKai, like the biggest. Is it a team or like a clan? I guess
Not
it's
sure
more
actually.
of a team.
Probably
right?
Clan.
Yeah, it's
Probably
like
Clan seg. I don't know.
I'm old-fashioned, right? Like if it doesn't have any benefits, it's a clan. If you get a shirt, it's a team. If you get paid and a shirt, it's a sponsor. That's how it works in my brain. I guess just if you get paid, it's a sponsor too, right? But
Yep.
that's a good distinction. But yeah, SillyTime. Gonna rock that Anji. So it's gonna be Anji against Axel. I've set us up with the Axel bracket today. It is my character. I do love Axel, so makes sense. But it's kind of funny. Players already in the lobby. We got like weak turnout today. Like these players efficient. Quite nice here. We've had some good matches so early. So go YoKai Shocker P1 SillyTime on P2.
That they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting
Axel Anji. Well, not sure what to say about this match.
Yeah, it's. I think it's one of those where. Well, guess we watch the intro.
heaven or hell.
言い訳でも考えときな。それじゃ始めますか。
Axel versus Anji. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Ooh, an aggressive run starter from Shocker, probably expecting the round starter spin.
It's been one of those matchups where it's been such a long time since I really fought any Anjis that my perception of it is, I feel like it's pretty even overall. You gotta be careful, of course, because you have such long normals that you don't get like, that it doesn't spin you out. But again, I don't think that's the biggest issue really. I think it's pretty doable for Axel. I get the JH.
I think he dropped the TK bomber there, to be honest. That kind of felt like it, you know?
That's
a rising GH. Right, aggressive front start from SillyTime. Oof. Gets caught by Rainwater. Nice spin. 2S gets a counter hit. That should be a wall break combo. Yes, indeed. With a super. Tons of damage.
Alright. Half-life lost.
Nice. He beat IBFD from Shocker. On wake up. Yep. Anji can kind of do that, so has to be expected. But spinning projectiles doesn't give you as much advantage as spinning as right. So
there we go. Oh, the burst! Staying alive here from SillyTime. Burst as well coming out from Shocker. And just run up throw.
And yep, run up throw from that 5H from SillyTime. And yeah, first game goes to Shocker. SillyTime complains about the broken ass character that is Axel. I mean, that's understandable.
True.
Mankind knew that. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Cow run start beats Rainwater actually. Alright, 2S counter hit. Takes an opponent's burst. Interesting decision to use 6H there. That's for sure. Gets a 5H counter, just a normal hit into a 2 dust counter hit. A lot of damage. No super though, for whatever reason. Got full meter. SillyTime got full meter. Wonder how B is gonna use it. YRC, yes, actually blocked. This should be a full conversion. Oop, but unfortunately doesn't quite catch him on the landing. While Asuka gets a counter hit, and yep, that will definitely kill. This round goes to Shocker. But a close one for SillyTime, to be honest. Nice backdash on the command throw. Sam just needs to get in. That can be easier said than done in this matchup. Even with the spin. Oh, and yep, unless, yeah, tried to go for a burst bait there, but SillyTime definitely made the wrong decision to use the 6P there.
Look at that damage. Woof. Knockdown gonna get the run in, deflect. Shield there from Shocker. And I just establish some distance and the 2H to finish off that game. 2-0 here for the Axel now.
Kind of surprised that there was still no GG there. I guess SillyTime was also didn't know that there will be an OTG there, since he still had burst.
Yeah.
And decided not to use it. Oh well.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Aggressive A.B.A 2K there from Shocker. Got to see it. Ooh, Goldverse. Here we go.
Be there. Some pressure.
Yep. Spins the Rinsen. Oh, and a nice run-up throw.
Yep.
Has to be patient, but doesn't evade the throw. And yes, that indeed a cross-up bomber.
So cheeky.
Seems like it was right the one time. Oh, and tried to go for a throw. Yeah. Yes. Reversal super done. And yeah, that's that point for Shocker.
Absolutely. So trying to make it a 3-0 there. The 2S gonna connect and gonna send SillyTime all the way to the corner.
Try to go for 6P there, but Rainwater doesn't. Yes, Rainwater is not the button you want a 6P. This super gets blocked. Yep, with a full punish since in season 4 that's like -40, I think.
Yeah.
It used to be -2.
Yeah, before you had to jump the second hit, now you just run up and punish.
I mean, I just parry, so I never had to do that.
I mean the jump is still more damage, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, but the funny parry.
That's true. It is funny. It's better being funny than being optimal. I do agree on that. And we do have SillyTime here as well. Maybe opting for silly options, but gonna get thrown out of the parry there, and that's gonna take us downstairs with a TK Axel bomb.
Nice spin there, but doesn't get the punish somehow. This is his burst. That's a punish now. Alright. Oh, gold burst from Shocker.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's not gonna work out at all there with the time stop. It's just gonna be SillyTime instead, getting so much damage on the board. Both players quite low here.
Oh! Try to go for a spin there.
Dude, that was sick.
Oh, and yeah, that's game. That's game.
Nah, it doesn't do any damage at all.
I mean, he could have, he could time stop there, but decided to go for a time stop later. I was about to ask if I suddenly had the question if whether Anji could spin the time stop, but well, I guess he can't.
Yep. And there we go.
Broken as character is 3-0. Yep. Alright, on to the next set. We should be, I think...
nothing just yet, actually. We still are a little bit, I guess, We had some very fast matches now suddenly that didn't make it yet. So interesting. We're gonna have, of course, because we are in our top 32, it's gonna be Skarfelt up against either Bruhi or Pietaa. So it might be another YoKai match.
Both of them are A.B.A players, both Bruhi and Pietaa.
Interesting here. We got MINEION already taking out Scatter 3-0, getting into top 16. We got another top 16 ready in the form of Tiger Pup and Zato-1. I guess we could do Tiger Pup Zato-1 early, technically. Well, I guess. Let me see when they started playing Pietaa.
I mean, they're playing right now.
Oh yeah, they played like. Let's see, they started playing like 13 minutes ago, so I assume they should be done in just a sec.
I mean, I'm spectating their match right now.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not sure which game it is, but in this game, Pietaa is up 1 round.
Yeah. If anyone's confused about the head stumper thing, by the way, in late next month, I think it's May 30th, we have a big offline tournament in Malmö, Sweden, called Head Stumper. It's from the 30th of May to the 1st of June, and it's the biggest Nordic fighting game tournament. Of course, we have Tekken there, Tekken World Tour event, Esports World Cup event. We have Balefurry there. We have a lot of side tournaments, Street Fighter 6, and of course, Guilty Gear Xrd Rev. And what I normally do is I tend to sponsor a player to go as player or 2 players, whoever. Depends on the money situation. I think this time around it's definitely going to be more than 1. In the sense that you can win a sponsorship with full paid hotel or hostel or whatever I can afford. You get team shirt, stuff like that. I'll get everything written down eventually at TM. But right now we have like a kind of league thing going, I guess, where the winner of each tournament and top 16 even are going to get points moving towards this end goal. And in the end, we'll have on the 28th of April, we're going to have a like kind of big event, because we're going to be on the Twitch front page where we are going to see who's going to be a sponsor. Yeah. Interesting.
Chipp versus A.B.A.
Alright, on to the first game. Skarfelt versus Pietaa. Nice 2-hit confirm into the key grab. But even nicer on TP from Scout.
Pressure on.
There's out. Not to give it. Yep. Not a lot of Jealousy Rage Mirror for Pietaa to work with. Plus frames, challenges with the 2K, and he's correct. Who goes for an 2K there, taking the overhead, and yeah, that kills.
Really? This round scarfed. This is of course top 32. So both players pretty far in the bracket already. Not easy place to get here, but winner of this one gonna go to top 16, where probably it's gonna be PataChu, but we don't know yet. Here we go, pietaa pressuring in. YRC coming out from Skarfelt. I just revert that whole situation here.
Yep. Goes for the throw. Interesting pressure sequence there. Didn't quite work out this time. Manages to sneak out of the corner. No punish for Eureka this time, unfortunately. Oh, drops the wall combo. I'm not sure. Even wanted to go for a wall combo, but either way manages to wall stick and goes for Zanseroga to finish out the round.
Very good start there for Scar. So game 1 on the board. Absolutely. So yeah, one thing as well, of course, is going to be if you're going to be sponsored, stuff like that. It's going to, of course, be if you don't have a sponsor or team or anything like that, because, you know, that's kind of defeats the point. It's kind of a way to support, I guess, players who are not normally going to be able to travel. And yeah, Skarfelt 1-0.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Nice 5P anti-air there from Skarf. Keeps his opponent locked in the corner. Oh, almost thought the burst was about to get baited, but no, that was a rope setup. Pietaa is all out of jealousy rage. And yeah, that's a wall break with a hard knockdown. And Chipp with positive bonus can be very terrifying.
Man throw there. We got 2 sticks of butter. And one's going to be spent. And there we go. Easy kill for Skarf. Just continuing on here.
Did you just say he got 2 sticks of butter?
Yeah, 2 sticks of butter, right?
Yeah, that's indeed. And yeah, alright. Oh, drops the combo, unfortunately. But either way, makes it to the corner, and a single hit confirming to Kara Super is enough to break the wall. Not a good situation for Pietaa, losing jealousy meter.
Yep.
Best rate.
Spend that burst here to just make a little bit of a, well, it's not even a hero burst here because you just need something to get going, but you can't, and it is going to be Skarfelt 2-0 here. Damn.
Yes, indeed.
So we're looking pretty good here for the Austrian Chipp player, and pietaa, yeah, needs now to make a big comeback, right? 3 in a row to get back into it. Definitely looking a little bit rough, but let's see if pietaa has any answers here.
Yep. Alright. All out of jealousy rage, but manages to cancel into, well, jealousy rage cancel to keep some of his meter. Oh, nice PRC grab there, and into the corner we go. Using all of his meter to make some distance, but, well, that can be quite hard to do considering A.B.A runs faster than Chipp in jealousy rage, that is. Interesting throw pressure sequences from the Skarf.
Alright, there we go.
Tried to mash on the Rekka, but that lot was unfortunately wrong for Skarf, and goes for a throw. Yeah, that didn't have meter to RC, I guess.
Yeah, oh, Skarf getting out the corner. This could be the start of something, but no, the super gonna put an end to that, and pietaa. Yeah.
Yeah, that takes the first game. Nice to see it.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Forward slash counter hit into charge. Well, oh, I think that was some unfortunate.
Yep, but not going to get off of that situation. Half-Life lost here. pietaa going to get that Nerd Rage engaged. Going to get the overhead as well. And Skarfelt in a bit of trouble. Another overhead connecting into the super. Yikes.
The Nerd Gauge? Alright. Well, that's a term that I'll be using from now on.
That shield PRC here. Alright, still alive for Scarf, but definitely looking rough. Oh, what a TP!
Pietaa Blade, nice. Goes for a delayed throw to actually wait out the throw vulnerable frames.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting here.
Looking quite good for out there. All things considered. Ooh, command throw gets jumped out of, but yeah, unfortunate trade there for a Scarf.
No double KO this time around. pietaa had too much life. Gonna connect with a low though, and we are back to the corner. A little bit of trouble here finishing off this match. Gonna go downstairs. Hard knockdown now. And yeah, pietaa a little bit in trouble.
Yep, blocks the overhead. Doesn't block the top overhead, however. And this will be the end of the round.
And smart, right? Keeps the burst, doesn't want to risk a hero burst, anything like that. Saying, you know what, alright, I'm so far behind that. We're going to take it to the final round, it's cool. And yeah, just Scarf spends their burst really early. And there we go, no burst for anyone. Oh, where are you going?
Runs away. Alright, well, I mean, that's definitely a valid tactic if you're Chipp against A.B.A in Jealous Rage.
It's funny. Get countered though.
Yes, indeed, a lot of Jealous Rage meter. Ooh, doesn't block the low, and the yep, that's a second game for pietaa. Ties up the score. And, well, yeah.
That's going to be a 2-2 certainly, and we might be looking at another comeback situation here. Eesh. A little bit scary now for Skarfelt.
Man. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Let's go. Let's see. I feel like YoKai has had, you know, a lot of wins on stream already, so we might be seeing another one.
Nice backdash there from pietaa. But however, Jealous Rage run out at an unfortunate time. Who gets double crossed up. Interesting the mix there, I guess. I guess that was a mix. I think that was over. I'm not sure actually. I haven't played much with Chipps that he's rolled after this season drop, so I'm not even sure if those hits are overhead, but I think they are.
Oh!
I think they are. Ooh, nice jump out, but yeah. Skarfelt recognized that and went for an air throw themselves. And yep.
Oh, big counter. Both trading there, and it's going to be set point instead here for pietaa now. One needing to get another comeback this time, though smaller than winning 2 games in a row. Needs to be 2 rounds in a row, but it is Skarfelt here. Good start. Bursting.
Right.
Below PRC.
Ooh. And yeah, that's all of Jealous Rage gone, and probably even the end of the round actually. Yep, that's the end of the set. Skarf takes the set 3-2.
Yeah, so close, but no cigar, unfortunately, there if you are a pietaa fan. And if you're a Skarf fan, you're probably, you know, saying, whew, that was a little bit too close. Yeah, very, very nice game. GG's, good stuff to both players. But yeah, let's just do next match. We're gonna move on into our top 16 now. It's gonna be Tiger Pup, it's gonna be Zato-1. After that, we got MINEION up against the Skarfelt. So 2 super interesting matches coming up. So definitely, you know, Tiger Pup. They're one of the strongest players we have in the region. Needs no introduction. Zato-1 as well. Strong. Belarusian. Or Zato player did play Asuka for quite a while, but now is back on the Zato for the most part. These two actually met last week as well.
Yep, that went not so well for Zato-1.
Not so well for Zato-1, no. And in that case, Zato-1 actually did rock the Asuka. Didn't go for the Zato. Interesting. Thank you very much for the raid, Gara. Appreciate it. Hope you had a nice stream there. Gara and O2. Oh man, unlucky. Happens to the best of us, you know. Oh yeah. I forgot. Let me do a gambling option. I assume though, you know, the bets. That's probably going to be a little bit one-sided here. But we'll do predictions. It's going to be a 1 minute one because I got it a little bit late. So Tiger Pop, Zato-1.
Zato-1 went for Asuka again, once again. Makes me think that it's probably something to do with the matchup.
Yeah, I think so, right? Maybe I don't know if we have any kinky or something in chat. Maybe that should explain. But like I don't know if A.B.A is especially bad for Zato, maybe, or Asuka is just good in the matchup. Who knows?
Well, thus far it's not looking very good for Zato-1, and yeah, Tiger Pop takes the round pretty clean. Maybe the second round will look different.
Gun here. Just gonna run in, pressuring.
Oh, Tiger is all out of bullets. Now Zato-1 just needs to not let him reload or just give him any space, which is successfully doing thus far. Gets all the cows he wants.
First Max.
Oh, doesn't break the wall, unfortunately, and yeah, fast dash counter hit into a full combo. Decides to go for a reset there, and another one. Zato-1 tried to backdash there, but unfortunately his backdash got caught by a close slash. Oh, but it wins the neutral and baits the burst.
1-1 here. Alright, Zato-1 maybe, you know, I've been in the lab saying, you know what can I do to improve in this match here in my Asuka? Because already I feel like he didn't even get around last week. Maybe I'm wrong, but it is Tiger Pop. Now, firmly in the driver's seat.
Yep. A lot of focusing was about to say, but then he just replenished it with the super. Alright. 6p into RC, that's not gonna be a lot of damage, but with the shield broken, that might not even be relevant. Yeah, a simple reset into just a single hit combo.
1-0 Tiger Pup. Yeah, Gara, unironically, I thought about doing, I can't do it this Saturday, but instead of hosting a Tekken stream, I just go in the Tekken category and we hop on Mr. Green or something, and then we just gamble the $20 I would put in the prize pool. That would be a little bit funny. Because then I'll just take a trip to a casino instead of the players. That's fine. Probably more fun anyways. Alright. Game 2. Again, I love this stage. Absolutely my favorite stage in the game. Yes, it is allowed.
Definitely a good one, yeah. Ooh, tries to go for a TK Screamer there, but Tiger just smashed out of it. Oh, good for him.
Yeah, there's no Tekken this week though, because I'm not home on Saturday. But pressure. Just FDing there in the corner, but not working out in the long run, and suddenly not a lot of mana here for Zato-1.
Yep, and that might actually be it. Alright, never mind, okay. But this throw was enough, and yeah, first round goes to Tiger. Nice 6p and 5p there to break the cubes. Zoning. Too late with the 6P this time. Nice. Cross up with a roll. Ooh, IBFD.
Oh, throw.
Oh, I think that wasn't that. I think he will try to go for a fall as well, but perhaps that 2D looked out of place. But either way, Tiger takes the second game. A bit cleaner than the last time. So yeah, Zato-1 should definitely like
maybe go to Saddle Ride. We've had that's 5 in a row now in this matchup. This week, last week. And it could be as well that he wants to practice the Asuka into Heavy Gas matchup.
no, could be. After all, tournaments
In
are
any case,
great
it hasn't gone well, right? It's 5 losses in a row now. Okay, just the EMEA goal burst there, just a round start. Gonna get some tension up.
Yep, and that's a wall break. Tiger gets all his resources back. Meanwhile, Zato-1's resources are not looking so great, aside from the meter. But, well, that meter might not do very much, considering he might be just one hit away from, yeah, as I've said, one hit away from set point for Tiger Pop.
Looking so solid right now. Again, winner of this one gonna go into our top 8. Alright, enjoy, Gara.
The slow stuff.
Pressuring in, gonna run up. Of course, we got the staff, but we don't have much else here for Zato-1. Wait a second, could be something. No back throw.
Unfortunate. That was really unfortunate for Zato-1. Missed the melee. Oh, and the gets thrown once again. Not his day, I guess. Oh. A bit of revenge from Zato-1. Tiger slaps the keeps Zato with his way back dashes the wild assault. Nice TP there. Zato-1 is a lot of cards. Tiger recognizes and does use a burst as not to let him replenish him. And yep, close slash countered into yep. 3-0 for Hope once again, and yeah,
Solid right there. Again, another 3-0 here. Tiger Pop again, very, very strong right. And that means, interestingly enough, we are actually going to have a run back from last time as well. Cuenca against Tiger Pop, where if you remember, Cuenca actually upset Tiger Pop that one time. So, pretty interesting in seeing how that one goes. But next up, we're going to have Minion. We're going to have a Skarfelt. Minion, a Saddle player, usually, at least from Greece. Very rare for them to show up in Salty, so we're pretty excited. But they are extremely strong. Skarfelt as well. A super strong Millia player. Haven't seen them around in a while. A lot of countries, a lot of countries aren't allowed in Europe to do Twitch gambling because it's still gambling and there's underage people on here, so pretty much that's why. Denmark isn't allowed either. I think most like Nordic countries aren't. Unfortunately, I wish we could, right? But just waiting on me. If you guys, oh wait, huh? We got a $100 donation from Flyerton saying, "I'm Flyerton." Holy hell, man! Thank you a lot. That is crazy, dude. All right, I guess we are now playing for $124, and they claim the code as well. My God. Speaking of, if you haven't claimed a code, you can claim a code in Matrino to help out. Definitely they'll do a lot. But thank you very, very much, Flyaton. Sheesh.
Alright, on to the first match of the set. Gonna be Zato versus Millia. Definitely a lore matchup.
I forgot to make another bet. 1 sec. Skarfelt, Minion. You got 1 minute to bet as well since we already started. So 1 minute.
Yep, set up the T-Skulky, and once again, we're gonna see lots of 2K2Ds in this match. That's for sure. But Skarfelt manages to take the first round to the second one. Drops the combo unfortunately, but either way, manages to come out on top, breaks the wall, and well, that's a lot of damage already, especially for me.
Burst there. It's just Skarfelt again, a lot of pressure on the board, got one stick attention here, but wait a second, Minion now! Gonna get something started, we got the frog.
Tried to mesh there on Call Slash. I think this is also Slash's plus, I mean, it probably should be. But yeah, wrong call-out option from Skarfelt. And he might even live to regret it.
Yes.
Yep, jump kick finishes up this round, tags up the score, thus takes this far.
Absolutely.
Ooh, nice aggressive run up to K2Z there,
Yep.
and yeah,
They're just putting on so much pressure here that Minion, struggling to get it out, and that's the Eddie meter down, but luckily for Minion, still able to get something started here.
Ooh, nice anti-air with the lead there. Breaks the wall with a Sun Void, and yeah, really good station to be in for Minion. Careful forced to get out his burst. He doesn't really want to stay in the corner against the scary Zato pressure of Minion. Oh, and the illegal crop.
I'm gonna get that super, and that is Skarfelt. Oh, you're over me.
Yep. I don't know, man. This turbo fall into Capel cross up in the corner still feels illegal.
Yeah. It feels illegal that Millia has damage now. That's illegal.
I mean, yeah, but she can have one or the other,
Alright, Daugion, let's rock.
Right. Playing neutral there, and Skarfelt manages to fish out the counter hit with a force slash.
Very solid there, Skarfelt. So being pushed in the corner now, it's Minion's turn to put on the pressure. You do not, even in this season, right? In no season of this game do you want to be in the corner with Zato staring you down. Very, very difficult situation. So oppressive here, and trying to run out there, but it's just not working out.
Yep. Minion takes the first round. And yeah. Manages to take advantage in the second round as well.
Counter hit.
Gear station to me. Yep. Uses his burst. Doesn't really want to stay in the corner against Zato. Interesting option there for Minion. Probably that might have been actually a backdash BRC into jump dust, but backdash didn't come out.
Get that wall break with the super.
Uses Z-Flag to get out of this scary pressure, and yeah, catches Minion with the SDs.
They're not gonna get the hard knockdown here, but still, it is gonna be. Oh, wait a second. There's Minion! Gonna title.
Ooh! Manages to just get enough damage to finish that round and ties up the score.
Yep. 1-1, yeah. Alright. Interesting matchup we got here. And it's been a while since I saw Skarfelt play. They haven't been around for Salty Tournament for at least a little bit. Yeah, Minion, kind of the same. So, super interesting seeing, you know, at what level they are playing at right now. But because I assume they have been continuing to play Strive a little bit at least. Ah! Go. Again, we got 98 people in the bracket today. These two are fighting to get into our top 8, so top of the top here.
See pressure from Minion, manages to snag out the hit and takes the Skarfelt burst.
Oh, haircut coming in. Another low into the disc.
And that cross up to finish out the round.
First round goes to Skarfelt here. That situation gonna pressure in.
Double cross up with the Kara Megafish. I'm not sure what this the name of this move, but either way.
You know, in other games like in KOF, there's a term called a Cadillac, and a Cadillac is a move that moves forward with an active hitbox. The best example of a Cadillac is scissor kicks from Baiken in Street Fighter. I think hair car could be a hair Cadillac, you know what I mean? But there we go. Yeah,
I mean, Cadillac is usually a term that's something referencing cars. Hair car, well, is referred to as a car, so makes sense.
Okay,
but I mean, I was talking about the the new special move that Millia got in like mid-season 3.
Oh yeah.
That's the back mega fist, basically.
Sure. We can call it that. We can call it that. The hair fist. You know, we got the hair car, we got the hair fist. What don't we have right now? We don't have Minion in the lead anymore. We're gonna have Millia Rainwater. There we go. Let's see if Minion can get something started here. That game 3, of course, was very one-sided there for Skarfelt.
He says he's engaged with the Sunvoid. Skarfelt tried to actually mesh something there. Didn't work out. Owen gets an overhead into simple confirm into Amorphous, or as I like to call it Amogus.
Amogus. It's very sus. Gonna make sure that U-Vent probably there, but ooh, Skarfelt now pressuring in, gonna go downstairs. A lot of tension on the board here. So much damage actually for that. PRC gonna connect, and yeah, Minion just a bit of a hero burst here.
I mean, he still has plenty of resources, so. Ooh, nice mix up there. Blocks some hair fist, and this will be a lot of corner carry, but doesn't pick up. Either way, a scary situation to be in for Skarfelt for sure, and managed to burst it, but not enough damage to kill. Jumps out of the cannon throw and takes the round.
You know what? It's fine, right? You gotta just guess one mix correctly, then better make it the last one. That's fine. And it's gonna be set point now for Skarfelt, trying to make it into that top 8.
No, looking good right now, but hey, Skarfelt came back from worse just now. Last round, literally. Oh, doesn't block the low, and this will be the end of the round, and Minion ties up the score once again.
Go, Minion. Hey, thank you very much for raid scatter. Appreciate it. I assume that means you're out. Unlucky. Hope you had a good run though. Hope you had a good run.
Alright. Once again, Disc OT. Who tried to go for an aggressive match there.
And let me tell you guys, you just tuned into an absolute banger of a match. It's 2-2 Skarfelt Minion. It has been back and forth, and now we're trying to see who's going to make it into that top 8. Thrown.
Nice throw there from Minion, and yeah, managed to get a hit. Oh, nice shimmy from Skarfelt. This will bring Minion to the corner. Not the best situation for Minion.
Winger. And that's going to be hard knockdown. Guess for round. Guess is wrong.
Unfortunate for Minion. That's a second set point for Skarfelt. Oh, nice. Gets out of the corner. Uses his burst aggressively to keep Minion locked in the corner. But he manages to just slip out. And well, Skarfelt is getting pushed back into the other corner. And well, this looks like we're having a double Luigi situation.
Will indeed be a double Luigi. Alright.
Alright. Oh, big counter hit. This is a chunk of damage. Oh, managed to let Skarfelt go, but caught him with the JH. And yeah, that's a wall break. No hard knockdown though. Ooh.
And Minion is gonna move into top 8 here. Gonna face off against PataChu later. Skarfelt gonna go down into losers. So yeah, I mean, you know, Skarfelt, they played really well right this matchup, but you know, they're gonna get another chance. Unfortunately, they might be against Cup later on. Right, that means we are gonna have our final match here before we are gonna hop on over to our, you know, our second set of commentators. It's gonna be Tiger, trying to get that comeback up against Cuenca from last week, of course. Really well in that matchup with Ino. And chat again. Let me just shout Headstomper real quick. We got almost 50 players for Guilty Gear Strive, but I feel like it could definitely be a lot better. It's gonna be, you know, an awesome event as usual. There's free ice cream there. It's quite easy to get there as well. All you have to do is get a flight to Copenhagen, and then you take a small train, which is very cheap, to Malmö, and the venue is right there. I think it was like one station from the airport. Of course, just make sure, you know, that you sign up in good time. I will be the head TO for Guilty Gear Strive as well, so you know it's going to be goated with the sauce, everything like that. We've got some really strong players already, but again, I would love to see some more super strong players there. Of course, there will be 1 or 2 players, you know, getting a sponsorship from Salty, you know, where I'll pay for the hotel, stuff like that. But again, do not hesitate to sign up. It's always great fun. Definitely my favorite event. You know, I'm not unbiased, by the way, but it's my favorite event, I think, in all of Europe. Because it's such a chill event. There's so many casual setups, stuff like that. And again, free ice cream, a lot of good food opportunities, close to venue. So definitely, yeah, check it out. And again, got almost 300 players total signing up, so that is pretty damn nice. Amanita, if we get 100 players for Guilty Gear Strive, sure, I'll do it. At that summer. There we go. But
right,
you know,
on to the first game of top 8.
Yeah, there we go.
Alvots versus Tiger. In the versus Happy Chaos. While Tiger's taking the lead.
Nice YRC from Celes. At least I think I'm pronouncing it right. Celes or how? Oh, Quinta. Oh, okay. I was way off then. All right. And either way, Tiger takes the first rounder. Ooh, nice counter hit there. Will be a decent conversion with a decent amount of corner carry, which is quite important for this combo. Which, well, yeah, did quite a lot of damage to Tiger. Ooh, tried to go for a button there, but unfortunately this may be... it was not the right option. Yep. Quinta takes the second round.
In there, ooh. At 5D. Another thing connecting. Ooh. Look at that damage. We're gonna get the Zuber as well. And Quenka in a heap of trouble here.
Oh, he goes for a double overhead. Well, I mean, faint overhead into another overhead. Well, yeah. First game goes to Tiger. From what I've heard, this is quite a difficult matchup for Eno. Well, double so considering his opponent is Tiger Ball.
Yeah. Really? I mean, last time right, we saw this matchup. It was actually Quenka taking it. Yeah. Yeah, won't let the 3-0 happen again. Man's been in the lap. Man said, you know what? That's not going to happen to me again. I'm going to kick your ass. And you know, Tiger Pup is a player who spent so much time in the lap. Someone who, again, just a very technical player, right? So if they had some issues in the matchup last time around, well, then you bet that they just had that lap. But they're rolling around. I've got the bet again. Classic. I guess we'll do the bet for the next match. In chat might be.
Yep. Quenka doesn't block the cross up, unfortunately, doesn't block the overhead. Oh, well, that was just mean from Tiger. Well, either way, manages to take the first round very cleanly.
Too lows there. All right.
Interesting cross up there from Quenka. Oh, yes. Tries to go for 6P there, but Quenka was a bit too low there and hit his legs. Alright. Decent chunk of damage. Ooh, interesting outplay. Far slash, and yes, just like that. Takes the round with it, perfect. Ooh, and a nice throw on the roll. Alright, big counter hit for Tiger. YRCs? No. That's one way to get out of a BRC mix. Not a good situation to be in for Quenka, however. Blocks the overhead and, well, Tiger's a lot of resources, but doesn't matter. Goes for a throw and, well, goes duo thus far.
Yeah, so they're looking very, very strong right here. Again, not happy maybe about that result last week. Shows, you know, anything can happen in tournament. Now Quenka forced to make a 3-game comeback. Let's see if that's possible or not. Definitely looking a little bit sketchy at least. We'll have to see who's going to take it here. It'll be Tiger, it will be Quenka. Gonna start out, just gonna immediately burst there for Quenka, not having it.
Yeah, it was quite a good starter for Tiger, but an interesting turn of events. That sub dust definitely was not intentional. At least I assume so.
Yep. Alright, let's gotta get those gunshots out there.
Nice big counter hit there. And close enough to the corner for the full conversion. Decides to reset in the corner, which is, well, a great option. Goes for a double overhead, and yeah, Tiger does not block it. This one goes to Genka.
Pressuring in here. Quenka in a bit of trouble now. Gonna get that wall break. Super Deus Ex Machina.
Ton of damage. Definitely one of the pressure sequences of all time. Ooh.
That hurts and set. Point here. Tiger Pop want to go into that winners finals. Got a lot of money on the line today. Definitely. Very, very good place to be. Bursting there from Quenka. Yeah, that's why it's called a whiff punish. You whiff and then you punish.
Yep, that is indeed correct. Oh, nice peek up there from Tiger Pop. Goes into the wall break with a super.
Yep, Deus Ex Machina, hard knockdown. Gonna run in again. The pressure deflect shield coming out from Quenka. Last desperate seconds here. Trying to get something started, but Tiger Pop's defense just too strong.
Ooh, 6p there. Will it be enough? Oh,
Will
yes.
absolutely be enough, and that is going to be it. Tiger Pop taking out Quenka, getting that run back from last week. 3-0, what a statement. Damn. Alright. Man, Snake Bellman, I can't wait for the Blaze Blue series. That's going to be really good. Well, we already got Guilty Gear, you know, so I don't think he can make that one, unfortunately. True, actually true. I should what did you wrote, Becknet? I should be pointing at Headstomper sign-ups though. Yep, that's gonna be it for us tonight. Good job. Fun as always. Anything you want to say before we hop off and give the reins to the next batch of hopeful commentators?
Nothing really. Well, thanks for having me on, at least. Sorry for being late, I guess.
It can happen.
Oh, yeah. Yep. See you, I guess.
Jeez. Oh, the Ask. Why is it Ask? Oh, it's because it was like a link. But you're right. I should post at Headstomper. I'll point at Headstomper sign up. I can't believe it. We don't have more people for Headstomper. Jeesh, man. Can't believe it. What I can believe though is that we have 2 people in the room with us right now. One of them going to Headstomper, extremely based. One of them not going to Headstomper with a decent excuse of being American, although that's not that good of an excuse because I went to the US, so if I can go to the US, Americans can go to Europe. Saying. Well, Decknet just win, right? Win the sponsorship. Easy peasy. Easy peasy lemons. Yeah, what's good, guys?
Hey, what's good?
Yeah.
Also, to clarify, if you don't mind me taking over, to clarify, it's not that I can't go to EU, it's the fact that I don't have the money to go to EU. Also, I'm terrified of traveling alone.
You should try traveling alone.
Yeah. Also, I just realized a little meta here. I actually can't stream lower than 720. It doesn't even allow me to stream that low.
Based.
It's all good. We could work with this. This is perfectly fine.
I mean, Amanita, you know, if you played, I feel like you're one of the people who could definitely win the sponsorship, and you don't have a sponsor. I'm just saying.
Talking about me or Yucker?
No, Amanita.
Amanitas.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I am a little bit disoriented.
Have you kept up with the name change of Amanita?
No, I have not been keeping up with that. No, I haven't been on Strive online brackets because of my moving process. It's why I haven't been on commentary for a while.
Ah. I thought you were just sick of waking up in the morning for this.
Oh no, I love waking up in the morning. What I'm gonna hate is waking up in the morning and being in Florida.
Unlucky.
But if you don't mind me asking before we get introductions out of the way, please do update me on the Amanita situation.
Yeah, it's formerly known as Sarani.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's been a minute. But yeah. Hello everybody, I'm back. My name is Sir Kappa, repping YoKai as per usual. It has been a very long while since I've been back on the sticks, and much less with everybody involved here. It's really great to be here and commentate once more. And honestly, what a funny time to be back, especially because I don't have my usual setup.
Yeah, and I'm just Yucker. Everyone knows me.
Everybody knows Yucker. Yeah, everybody indeed knows Yucker.
At least I think so. People go like, "Oh yeah, the salty person." Like they hear my voice out on one of these tournaments and they go like, "Wait a minute, aren't you?"
Yeah, aren't you the Yucker?
The Yucker is like if they ever like slide on over to the Blaze Blue area.
It was just like, oh my god, it's. Has anybody ever walked up to you and gone instead of yummers, they hit you with yuckers?
It's what people in the Discord post to me all the time. There's the Homelander like looking down like yuckers. I've been through it all, man. Don't worry about it.
I've been through this rodeo enough times.
Exactly. There's even I'm the butt of many a friendly joke. There's a sticker dedicated entirely to me for rigging brackets.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is. It's here. Look, I'll post it to you. Unfortunately, stream won't be able to see it, but it's an excellent edit that we made sure to shoot. Where the fuck is it? There it is.
Shoot, sure. Do tell. Share this meme
Here it is.
that nobody else can see besides my own viewing eyes.
I awarded myself a little prize for winning the BlazBlue bracket at crossover that I also TO'd. No, don't ask how.
Yeah, it's so funny because it's like every single time I've commentated, it's always been with you. Actually, now that I've thought about it, like I don't think there's been a SaltyEU I commentated that wasn't with you.
No, certainly there was when you started out, and then it happened to align at some point. I think.
Oh yeah.
Like from what I understand is the way ISK does it is if you're new to the whole Salty series and you're not quite familiar with you get part 1, and then once you've proved your medal, you get part 2. Yeah. I think he commentated with you for sure. Like part 1 is stuff, and then I did part 2 with someone else.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it has been quite a dubious adventure. So I do appreciate that. Like, given that little bit of that little preface that, oh yeah, I just gotta prove my medal. Feels nice to have people really appreciate my commentary. But enough about you and me. It's about time to get back down into our next winter semifinals match with PataChu and MINEION.
Yeah, we haven't had a whole lot of time to talk about this matchup, but from what I can understand is it can be kind of bleak for Zato, so he has to be really careful with how he manages Eddie, where he positions that character, because some of these really long buttons can just accidentally clip Eddie, and if you're in a really bad spot, you're Zato as well.
Especially because the resource war is not nearly as potent or prevalent in terms of Sin gameplay, whereas Sin was a little bit more limited in retrospect by earlier applications of the stamina gauge. Nowadays, it doesn't feel so much like that. It feels like Zato has ultimately like been thrashed and kind of been spit in the face with the way that Sin gauge works now, giving PataChu so much more potency in the neutral game as opposed to previously.
Listen, it's all doom and gloom for Zato players until you hold one corner pressure string. You're like, you know what? They had it coming.
I mean, Season 2 is all I'm gonna say. That's all I have to say about that.
But here we go. So, gonna get this wall break, but unfortunately, it's gonna be without stamina to run the next pressure string. So, having to rely purely on stagger pressure and hoping for that tension to build up. And just like that, you can see there's a gap. Minion tries to take to the sky, but unfortunately, PataChu not giving any breaks. He's gonna have to try and burst to stay alive in this game.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that for Minion has to work around is just the idea that even though stamina gauge may be a problematic situation, Minion has to play around a lot of the neutral interactions. PataChu does take that first game with gusto, but again, it just comes down with the fact that, again, PataChu is just a forefather of Sin when it comes to the Strive iteration of him, and you definitely want to be careful with the way that this player in particular goes about the neutral game, especially because they have just so much knowledge to really spare when it comes to how they play across multiple characters and matchups.
There's certainly the aspect of being the forefather, but then also just still being, well, for lack of better words, the current father of Sin, just probably arguably the strongest one around, constantly just showing off new tech, as well as some strange sequences that only PataChu would exploit, such as frame kill with throw. That's something he's been doing as of late. So if you see him just whip a throw into a bun and it hits, it's a PataChu classic.
Dragon Ball FighterZ has taught me anything. It's never doubt the French when they talk about the meta of any video game.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Ball FighterZ is definitely a game to reference here about meta.
I mean, in general, I've seen some of the most psychotic players come from France, so I feel like that sort of stuff is kind of par for the course when it comes to this region, especially with PataChu, the way they play the game. Nice wall break off the clean hit Tyrant Barrel, and my god, already just turned the tide immediately in their favor.
Yeah, certainly putting back down to the corner, though gives a little gap, tries the anti-air, whiffs, and goes straight into the PRC to make it safe, and just like that, rewards it with a nice press splat against the wall. Charge does for the kill. And man, if you don't have meter to extend the combos, that's where Sin has the beautiful stamina gauge to just keep it on turning.
He definitely was feeling pretty well nourished and well invigorated to get that whole combo out, and you gotta be right, because that really just determines the whole outcome of whether or not something kills or gives an extra interaction you just don't want.
Absolutely. So there you go. Wall break once again. Half health gone. Just one stamina bar. Should be recovering over a bit of time, but first probably going to be using that tension to try and keep it going. Stagger pressure does allow Minion to jump out, but still not able to escape that corner. Gets the overhead. RC for the pickup. Doesn't have any more stamina, but the Tyrant Barrel. Oh! That's...
How did you just kind of want to style us out? He just wants to hit a little bit of the Sonic Adventure 2 on him. Did you see that? He's just on the stage. He's having a fun time.
I suppose. I'm just looking at this going like, oh, okay. And then it just killed. Still.
He hit that pose like the Sonic Adventure 2 portrait. And for some reason in my head, I just kind of applied the pizza tower parry sound.
Interesting alignments there, where your train of thought heads to. Honestly, when I see the Sin 2D, it just reminds me of that weird like Mario breakdancing game.
Oh right. I know exactly what you're talking about. I like the.
Where it just hits those splits like that.
Doesn't he do that in Mario Kart as well?
I think so. I mean, they're hitting all kinds of crazy tricks in Mario Kart. Speaking of crazy tricks, there's a big old counter hit heavy slash. Unfortunately, no for the pickup. You know, Zato a bit wanting on combo extension when Eddie is taking a break, but there he is back now. Open up for the pressure, but as soon as it starts, there's the Hawk Baiken to deny it.
I think everybody knows this meme by now, but like I think it goes without saying, right? There is a singular gap, I must DP it. And there it is, the criminal himself, the master of baiting, if you will.
Yeah, I guess I will. The frog slam against the wall. Minion now finally taking a round. So maybe signs of something to come. Hashtag not free potentially. Starting off nicely with a good counter hit, dragging PataChu all the way towards the corner. Here is the Oki.
You can never be too sure about playing against Zato, right? Yeah, he may be on the weaker side of things, as many players will have you accustomed to believing, but there does remain the fact that a lot of the sequences can be very suffocating if you just aren't ready for them. And PataChu definitely has a lot of work cut out for him, but just decides to disrespect the entire sequence and might actually get the reward necessary to really turn the tide in his favor.
Yeah, it's not going to be the greatest amount of damage, but hard knockdown, positive meter bonus. This is definitely something to start off with. Through the stagger pressure, is able to jump away, tries to chase down with the PRC, is on top of PataChu, waiting for the Eddie summon, good jump in, is going to survive a couple hits, gets the counter hit, but no further pickup, trying to slowly but surely drive Minion back into the other side.
Yeah, we were just waiting for our stellar feller as he finally comes back into the fray, but we might not actually get the opportunity to use him as PataChu is right around the near end, gets that Tyrant Barrel off just in time before Eddie could even be a problem. Optimal
damage, and just like that, PataChu making quick work of Minion here is sitting on set point already, though it's a good start, jumps away from the command grab, no punish, however, tries to throw a Minion ready with the jump, slowly but surely bleeding away at the health of PataChu. Ooh.
Here we go. That tap dust always remains strong, and you got to be vigilant about that because that is one of the biggest tools that Zato has in his favor. Just the overall arcing reward off of such a universal mechanic.
Absolutely, but PataChu here, but on death's door. 6P connects, RC for the extension. Eddie is now back on the field trying to use every last bit of resource to eke out the damage necessary, and Minion is able to claim one game on the board.
Minion is down but not out. They surely have enough skill and a lot of the tools necessary to be able to deal with a PataChu. But how long can they go about this is basically the biggest question to ask themselves. The stamina is starting to be called into question, and it just matters how things close out because PataChu definitely has the reserves necessary to take this to a game 5 if they have to.
I think also more so we're seeing is kind of quintessential classic strive where either character is able to really just pull great momentum over the other, but with the gaps that PataChu is trying to represent where he would like Minion to press instead of Minion taking to the skies to try and navigate away, and Zato's pressure also has its gap but much tighter and of course much scarier with the high lows. You know, it's definitely just a game of momentum and already both just early bursting, doesn't want to deal with each other's pressure game.
Especially because PataChu is trying to scout Eddie in advance, trying to get rid of the threat before it even begins. And a lot of the time, it feels like MINEION is playing very well into that idea that if they just keep scouting this Eddie, then all of a sudden the pressure game has to be switching around how to navigate Eddie in a way that makes it advantageous for them as opposed to PataChu.
Certainly, but here we go. Minion in a very nice spot here. Has close to that 50 tension. Eddie is coming back on the field, has plenty of health to trade away. YRC, get off of me. Eddie is summoned the leapfrog, not able to get the full pickup, but baits out the DP. And there is another round lead here in game number 4 for Minion.
He keeps the silly Billy safe as well. You always want to keep your homies nice and safe, tuck them in at night, make sure everything's all nice and swell. But PataChu definitely comes back with a vengeance, already gets the first wall break into round 2, and has definitely already got the stuff going as Eddie is now out for the count for just a little while.
Yeah, also look at all the resources on the side. PataChu has not quite a counter hit. Looked like that red risk was going to land a counter hit, but still. RTL likely dragging them away. Oh, doesn't even need to. Does hit that explosion, however. And with that perfect, PataChu once again on set point.
Yeah, when you're the main character of your own story, it definitely feels like you could do no wrong. PataChu is no different and is definitely not immune to this very mentality. But Minion, once again, just once you get started, it's very difficult to get someone with the momentum and confidence that they have to really get off of you.
Just Minion trying to jump away, but a close slash, constantly bringing them back down to the ground. PataChu expertly bring him to the other side, finds an opening. RC for the extension, has no stamina and also no meter to get the hard knockdown, so has to rely solely off the advantageous state that he has a life advantage.
Yeah, that's what I like to call no man's land. Whenever you have the advantage based on positive bonus, but you don't have the resources to really occupy any of your offense. Minion just trying to circumnavigate all of the threat of the swinging options. They have very little life to work with here, and any mistake is basically fatal. PataChu able to circumnavigate everything, is able to get the kill and just cash out right before the burst comes out and takes this winner's semifinals match to move on into winner's finals.
Yeah, very nicely done. I think this is probably the first time in the set we've seen PataChu just do a straight air dash like that, and it instantly was rewarded. So holding down the options to the very last minute here to just clutch it out just before, and also Minion was starting to ramp up a lot on his own momentum and getting a little bit more comfortable facing off against PataChu's Sin, is the options that they were representing, but it wasn't meant to be. Still, believe that was a winner side match, so not going to be the end of Minion just yet. We will be seeing them later for sure.
For sure. I mean, we have plenty of time to really see them back on the sticks as we are in the top 8 cut of everything. So we have plenty of time to really see how far these two will actually go. And winner side finals is definitely looking spicy as hell, as we have PataChu on the Sin and Tiger Pop on the Happy Chaos. This is definitely a set really to look out for. But we are going to move on into our first losers top 8 match, I believe with Shocker versus Zato-VaN, or are we doing Falsifier and Skarfelt first?
I can understand the confusion based on how Challenge is marking it, so I'm going to be casting my eyes over to the Stream Matches channel, where it is indeed Ice pinging Shocker versus Zato-VaN coming up. So that should be Yeah, so that should be Zato-VaN either gonna be playing the Zato or the Asuka, depends on the matchup entirely. And Shocker on that Axel, if I'm not mistaken.
Shocker is definitely going to be on the Axel. We've had plenty of time to really see Shocker. Just a while ago, I was actually talking to them as they were talking to Karakoi and teaching them the Axel, how to play Axel. Shocker, definitely no slouch. I've gotten to know them as a result of talking with Rezo, who also is another member of the YoKai team. And it's amazing the kind of work and the kind of players that we have in our disposal. And it's amazing work. They do amazing work. We have amazing players to really work with, and to see Shocker in that position, it's going to be exciting for me to commentate, as this will be my first time actually commentating a Shocker set.
Oh, all right. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've last seen Shocker pull up onto to the Salties, at least for the parts that I've been able to commentate on. So curious to see, as well as like Axel in general has been vacant from these top 8s.
Round start close slash on a jump in is actually demonic work from Shocker. That sets the tone for me for this set.
Yeah, I think Shocker very familiar with just the options that Zato-VaN likes to do, so likely a very informed response, already using the RC to try and extend. Unfortunately drops the combo, but still lovely life advantage situation. No Eddie on the field just yet for Zato-VaN. Tries to PRC forward. There's the Eddie safely deployed, and the oppose going to be denying any sort of press.
Just wanting to keep them nice and close. Don't want to give any sort of space for Shocker here, lest you give up any sort of advantage here. But Zato-VaN definitely going to stick to their opponent like glue. Already getting quite the hellacious amount of offense going, but the YRC definitely turns the tides, just giving them a little bit of space to work with here.
Nemorphous safely deploy out the Eddie. Goes in, and there's the late overhead. Shocker not quite able to react to those. So we're going to go into the next round. Shocker getting very close to the burst available, but in general already has a burst function ready to go.
I'm trying to represent any other options, just much like with PataChu. It seems like Shocker definitely is very wary of Eddie at all times, as you should be, but just trying to control space with these normals. Just a very normal usage heavy Axel player, and it's very special to be able to see a player really utilize to the great effect the normals available to them.
Yeah, and especially it's going to be quite a pain here for Zato-VaN. Already we saw him trying to use the oppose to tank a hit from one of these long cyclid normals, but Eddie was immediately sniped away. Nevertheless, Shocker trapped into the corner, finds an opening. Going to be getting this slight drop there. Immediately Shocker ready to press for his own turn.
A fantastic job just trying to control space and really trying to control the momentum in their favor. And already we have things level too. The set is definitely looking very appetizing as both these players are going neck and neck into each other.
Very nice air dash getting in, so Zato-VaN not quite ready for that. Slowly but surely working away at the health here. Nice Fuzi's able to get the punish on the 6P whiff. Also bomb GG. Ooh, painful.
Oh, he almost got the necessary kill combo, but the Axel bomber was too low due to the gravity scaling, and now you're just stuck in this very hellacious sequence. But he's able to mash out with that 2K, 5 frames of glory, as I like to call it, Britain's finest normal.
I'm shaking my head. Just the 2K mash from these Axel players. I can't, man.
I mean, if it were me, if my 2K was 5 frames, I'd be slamming on it too. I won't lie to you.
Fair enough.
Oh man,
2K reaches that far, jeez.
It used to be 7. That's the worst part.
Yeah, let's go back.
I don't even think it low profiled back on launch. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, moving on to game number 2. Already gets the catch off the Wild Assault, and the positioning war is firmly on the side of Shocker until the burst comes into play. Now Zato-VaN steals the corner, and what a hell of a burst too.
Yeah. Painful start here. Doesn't quite have the hard knockdown. Eddie is still available. Tries to PRC in. And Zato-VaN still aggressively pushing forward even despite the time slowdown. Trying to air dash over 5P anti-air attempt. Not quite, but still get the jump normal. Hero burst.
Yeah, the hero burst was necessary. I think in this position it's definitely winnable, but Zato-VaN still holding firm, does take the round off. But that could have been a really good chance for Shocker to really turn the tide and really make that his own. It was definitely very winnable given the state of the burst.
Yeah, I'm just genuinely not a fan of hero burst. It's more like a stunting on your opponent type thing.
I mean, I did agree to some extent, but I think to a lesser extent, like it just comes down to whether or not you feel confident in being able to push it forward. And what a way to end the round as well. The Axel bomber loops are just gonna seal it out as we're gonna make it 1-1 in terms of the rounds. And really, again, Shocker has that it factor to keep it going despite the deficit.
Yeah, now it's a question of can they claim this final round to put themselves on the board, or is it going to be a case of 3-0, but it was close though?
I've definitely been there. I know what you mean. I've done that against Marvello. It sucks.
So already strong start here for Zato-VaN, despite not being able to maintain the pressure after the wall break still. And he's available, pokes away. Leapfrog gets his way in, and there's the YRC baited. Going to be a good grip of damage, and of course the Eddie is there to extend it some more. Amorphous into the kill, 1 apiece.
I think that's 2-0. I think that's 2-0. No, because I'm looking at the oh, never mind. Okay, so like Ice did correct the scoreboard, so it is 1 apiece. Thank God. So I wasn't tweaking. Okay.
Yeah. At least I went based off the scoreboards. If it was a different score, I wouldn't know. I think Ice was also sleeping. Can somebody post Ice Kai?
Mods, post Ice Kai right now.
Yeah, post Stone, there it is.
Alright, game 3. All important game 3. Yucker, I think you're just as familiar as I am. Tell the good people at home what this game 3 means for this
Well, one of them actually I'm not sure what you mean.
Never mind. I was trying to set you up nicely for that. Oh well.
I have no clue because I'm just thinking of wait, what do you mean? It's the first of 3.
No, I'm talking about game 3.
Right.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to take it home.
Okay. So, given the state of how game 3 is going, it definitely is looking very, very, very dominated by Zato-VaN, and usually, like by this point in the set, right? You've already started throwing tricks at each other, trying to figure out what it is you want to best establish as your game plan moving forward. Whoever definitely takes this set, or takes this match in particular, usually has the momentum riding into winning the set altogether.
Yeah, that's fair, but they've been going quite back and forth, so I wouldn't really write it out just yet on game 3.
Usually game 3 is one of the most important games, in my opinion.
Understandable.
Not looking too good for Shocker right now. Just very much a lonely individual from so far away. Just trying to get any sort of momentum, but just can't.
Yeah, and there's the late overhead, so Zato-VaN on an absolute tear. I think I'm starting to see your point about that game 3 now.
You get to a point where you start seeing something in commentary after a while, and then you realize, I'm seeing a pattern here.
Humans are pattern-seeking animals.
Real.
Shout out to those deep fakes for a while where if you would squint, you would see a meme.
I perceive the point that you are making now. Game 4. And this is definitely this is for the marbles. This is to move on into the next round. Shocker's run is definitely in peril as they are just one game away from losing it all.
Yeah, nevertheless, right, still made that top 8, so it's a really respectable finish. But of course, as any competitor, you want more. You want to achieve greatness. You want to achieve higher stats. But right now, what's in the way of that is Zato-VaN threatening to end your run as we speak, but slowly chipping away at the health of Zato-VaN, pushing him towards the corner, sniping out Eddie, but there's the leapfrog, brings him back down, pushes him all the way to the side, but the 2K mash. The 5 frame of the Brits.
The 5 frame of the gods, if you will. But it is a deplorable normal. But again, Zato-VaN is definitely not deterred by any stretch of the imagination, is still maintaining that offense through and through. This might be enough to kill, actually.
Oh, Pixel.
Just a sliver. That singular guts actually saved him.
Yeah, but...
This is so mean. You're bullying him.
I mean, it's just fair to stand there and be like, all right, I see you with that tension. How about let's drain that? Let's take that away from you, buddy. Ooh, very nice throw bait.
He pulled the Guilty Gear equivalent of scuffing his J's.
Oh, what? Absolutely creased them.
Forget creased them. He put holes in them.
Try to resell him now. Let's see you do it. YRC baited again. Oh my goodness, this the Zato-VaN with the timing down. It's gonna go into the Amogus once again. Shouldn't quite be a kill. Oh, now this time it kills. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't scaled that hard, so it was definitely going to kill at all aspects of the game. And unfortunate for Shocker, as it definitely depresses me to see YoKai's own to go down the way they did, to be honest and to be perfectly fair. This bracket was definitely stacked with a lot of killers involved, and I can't be too upset given the fact that we actually had a YoKai rep here. So congratulations for making it as far as you did. It was awesome to see you there. And I hope to commentate more of your sets in the future, but Zato-VaN does have the privilege to move on into losers quarters.
What is YoKai actually? Are you guys a proper org or just a clan?
We're working into possibly actually moving into the realms of earning funds and possibly building the team up into potentially moving into a sponsorship role, similar to the way that Paragon and RFL kind of did it. But we recognize we've only been doing this for less than a year, so we've got a lot of work to do in order to really make that happen. But as far as your definitions of it, or the definitions that were stated earlier, it's technically still a clan.
Gotcha. Good to know. Because I feel like y'all handing out YoKai like memberships to anybody these days. A lot of good players, of course, but I see YoKai more often than I see any of the other ones.
I mean, I definitely understand the mentality of like, oh, we're giving it to just about anybody. No, we select very specific people, and we're not just handing them out to friends or anything like that. No, we're handing it to people that we feel really can be molded into the kind of fray that we're really asking for.
Right.
I think certain players, you kind of do want to be selective with who you really want in the fold, not just as a player, but as a person. So we look into all aspects of that. But besides that, it's fun. It's great. I love the people there. I love the crew. It's fun, and it's a really great time. People I talk to are really nice.
Yeah, that's the important bottom line of everything, is that you have fun doing it, or you're being paid for it.
Oh, I mean, if you can have both, then you have.
You can have both, yeah. But listen, day jobs, it's up and down, not always fun. But thank God there's money involved. Speaking of money involved, up next, it's a terrible segue, but I think with the $100 prize pool, there's more than enough to go around for everybody. So we're gonna have Falsifier versus Skarfelt coming up next. And
speaking of getting paid, have you considered helping these players get paid by pulling those match arena codes?
That too. We haven't mentioned that since our start, so definitely go ahead and do that. We'll get the exact count in a minute, as currently Skarfelt is starting off the pressure nice and devious against Falsifier here. This is a very funny matchup in the sense that the Happy Chaos not being the most fantastic on defense is going to suffer a lot to these Millia pressures, but it's going to be on Falsifier just to open their eyes and be able to react appropriately.
Yeah, definitely elaborating on your point, right? The biggest thing that's going to be very difficult for Falsifier is just trying to lock down Skarfelt here, as you are working with a hellacious amount of movement in your face or in neutral at all times. So being able to secure any form of lockdown is going to be a very daunting task, as Skarfelt is already running game without any sort of issue.
Yeah, Skarfelt really throwing out the problem there of like, do you have what it takes to stop me from just holding forward and running at you? And so far, Falsifier not having the best of success, is going to try and burst, has the curse applied, super focused down, does find the gunshot, able to extend here into some damage, doesn't have the meter unfortunately, so going to opt for the slump, throws out the deflect shield attempt, and look at the schmicks, my goodness.
And they're whittling down the health bar, but that winger is definitely going to catch them. They got a little bit too abrasive for their liking, and got punished for it. They thought they were already in the clear, but just like that, Skarfelt turns things around and does take the game in tow for, what would you like to call it? Your hubris? There you go. That's the word. I was looking for that word.
Hubris is a good word. Yeah, I think the situation was mighty awkward there for Falsifier, going for a lot of slumps. Just really actually much more rather preferring to just have that 50 meter to Deus Ex Machina, get that hard knockdown, all your bullets back. Life is good when the gun is fully reloaded.
For sure. I mean, I liked what they were representing. The idea was good. It's just that the end product, because of the winger, was a big issue at the end of the day, and that really did sell the whole thing. Using the burst, trying to get control of the screen again, but just Skarfelt will not give him an inch.
No, absolutely not. Again, representing that same problem. Do you have what it takes to stop me from just completely running at you super aggressively, running all these mix-ups? Because Skarfelt understands very well that if Happy Chaos is given the space, right, they're going to be stuck there holding a lot of gunshots, and suddenly just Chaos gets to run in onto you for free.
I think both these players really want to represent the same thing. They both want the wall slumps. They both want the mix-up oriented gameplay. But how both of these players are going to be able to get into it is so skewed by comparison. As Skarfelt has the ability to just do that natively due to their tremendous speed, but Falsifier has to do a lot more in order to set that up. That Deus Ex Machina, though, is going to be a beneficial friend to them. As post-wall break situation, they get a free mix-up.
Yeah, also a little focus is going to be regenerating full clip. Nothing to worry about here. Gets the crossover to the other side. Deus Ex Machina in the mid screen. Gonna be just trying to push out as much damage as possible. And yeah, there's a super focus. I was worried about the focus gauge there, but just opting to use that last bit of 50 meter to close it out. Around a piece here for both players.
Falsifier definitely made the good decision of cashing out when they did, trying to maximize that damage, even though burst was in play. Force your opponents to burst in a disadvantageous situation, and you will make them crumble before your presence. And Falsifier is doing an excellent job of really making Skarfelt twitch a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately getting opened up by the Capel there. Fast fall, same side, so good blocks there from Falsifier. Unfortunately getting opened up once again. Has that 50 meters to the table. Does find a quick hit, rolls over to the other side, and there you are eating a Deus Ex Machina. Going to be getting full bullets. Well, probably already had all the bullets back. There is also half on the focus, but still should be able to get the jump in. Safe jump, maybe.
Oh! No, it doesn't time it in time! And just like that, again, getting caught by the same situation, only this time it was more intended to try and deal with an option in advance. Falsifier down 2 in the set. The sets are going closely. They're definitely a lot more contested as opposed to the first game. But man, you must be kicking yourself given that situation was, in your eyes or in your heart, may have been preventable.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, one of the things that Falsifier has to be careful of is that it's all fun and games when these rounds are nice and close, but ultimately you have to come out on top, because otherwise that is going to say 3-0 on the Chalong.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that happening this early in the whole top 8, lest you already go out. Your run was really good. You don't want it to go down like this.
There's definitely, of course, tiers to these things, right? That a certain skill bracket going into the start of the bracket to the top 16, and of course when you break into that top 8 you start dealing with EU's finest, and so far Falsifier definitely trying to make the most of it. Interesting mix, able to find an opening, goes for the slump, quick reloads, this time able to keep the pressure running, but there's the mash out from Skarfelt.
Yeah, you can't allot any sort of space or any time afforded to Skarfelt, lest the tides turn in your favor. And look at that, Skarfelt already on set point, and this is just tournament life for Falsifier. Any mistake is a fatal one here.
And again, it's one of those painful rounds where Falsifier starts it off nicely, but a few wrong guesses and it all comes crumbling down like a house of cards. But here is a nice conversion, just trying to keep it safe, but immediately the challenge there from Skarfelt. No burst available. Are we going to see? No options available. Goes into the super, hard knockdown, gets that positive meter bonus, and Falsifier also 1 bullet left in the chamber, gets the throw. RC.
Try to go for a very safe burst, safe routing, but didn't exactly work out. Has to use the burst to try and keep that momentum in their favor. Does get the wall slump situation that they want, but they definitely need to make good on their chances. That throw after they're just standing there, the no mix-up as I like to call it, afforded them a little bit of a lifeline there, but this next round is going to be so difficult having no burst in tow.
Icy went for that option considering how often Skarfelt was willing to just winger. There you go, a bit of pressure, low on the focus, has to be careful to not go to the danger zone, barely just managing it carefully. There's the burst baited. He's gonna try and get a wall splat, does focus up, reload quickly, and just breaks it. No hard knockdown, but still, resources are okay. We got that positive meter bonus to play. Burst is applied and just runs you down, tries to tap dust, but gets hit, so wasn't quite ready for the pickup. Red RC keeps it going, good blocks, but out of bullets and out of focus, and still just chucks you back.
Out of bullets, out of focus, but not out of options. They definitely have the capacity and the metal to do what they need to do, but Falsifier is definitely getting into these positions that are getting a little bit too close for comfort, and I definitely would reconsider some of the approaches here if they want to survive, let alone make it through to the next round, because as it stands, Skarfelt can make these adjustments very quickly, and we've seen it happen, but Falsifier is still not out. They still got a chance.
So let's see how this runs down, if it's going to be another explosive opener for Falsifier, or if Skarfelt has just had enough and wants to close it out right here and now. 6P, not going to quite hit the mark. There's Falsifier extending the combo. Cuts it short a little early, still maintaining the pressure. 2S connects, tries the Wild Assault, but there's the burst out.
Yeah, definitely goes to the resource trade here. You see the Wild Assault confirmation and decides to go for the burst, but didn't exactly work out in their favor. This time, though, instead of going for the wall slump here, they're going to cash out, get that damage on set, and get the mix-up ready.
Yeah, just the stagger pressure, has the bullets, able to find the opening, and there we go. A much more confident round here from Falsifier. Has plenty of health to play with, and also good on the burst gauge going here into possibly the game or the round to tie up the set.
It's definitely looking a lot more positive for Falsifier here. That you can see the confidence in comparison to the beginning of the set, where a lot of everything just wasn't working out. They weren't comfortable. They weren't feeling super secure about their gameplay. But now, as Falsifier is getting things rolling, it looks like the tides have turned immensely. The pendulum has swung so far in favor of Falsifier. Skarfelt's just fumbling over their own tech.
Yeah, and just with that, should be a very clean kill. Has the Deus Ex Machina on deck. Should be close enough to the wall to also just kill, but won't even need the wall damage here. And that is going to be Falsifier, bringing it back 2-2. It's definitely an approach you can take, right? If you feel comfortable being the diesel engine that you are, slowly starting up, right? Getting into the next match after, you know, one set after the other, new opponents every time. So just take it slow, do your basics. Try to figure them out, suffer a couple losses, but you know, it's the first of 3 games, so you do have some room. Of course, you run the risk that if you bring it all the way down to, you know, a 2-game deficit, you only have that 1 game to make the full run back. And so far, Falsifier definitely capitalizing on this.
Absolutely, right? It definitely takes some time to get readjusted to each of your opponents. It's not like you just have the knowledge on everybody all in all. So you got to get started at some point. But you definitely don't want to be too reserved in the front, because you got to have the stamina all bracket long in order to get things going. You don't want to save too much of it in the likelihood that you drop out. But this is a nice way to cash things out and get the first round for them as well. And they're already on set point as well. They turned the whole story on its head.
Download complete, but here we go. Skarfelt stuck it off nice and aggressive. Doesn't want to give no quarter to Falsifier. Already shows up the interesting mixes, and yeah, Falsifier being completely blindsided. Doesn't know what to make of left or right. Again, another opening. Super for the extension, wall splat, and that's the kill. Skarfelt said, it's no fluke. I will want to win this, and it's going to be a double Luigi.
That double Luigi last round. You definitely like to see it in these situations. Getting a little bit greedy there as Falsifier is trying to bait the burst right now. Skarfelt not wanting to play into the games that their opponent has been representing all set long.
Oh, but the backdash though on the throw, very nicely done here by Falsifier, running this combo as long as possible, put him all the way to the other side of the screen, and the Deus Ex Machina to go with. And get that hard knockdown, a little low on the focus, but should be regenerating about halfway there. Already, we see the tick throw into the RC for the confirmation. No burst available, and Falsifier is going to run it all the way back and send Skarfelt. Well, they're presumably already home, but you get the picture.
I mean, reverse 3-0s are definitely the most painful of the lot, right? Just having the set 1 from the very get-go and then having it fall before you like the Roman Empire. It definitely hurts. I've been there. I've felt the weight of it. And I've also been on the opposite end, being the one to reverse 3-0. It's definitely not a fun feeling to have it happen to you, though. But all in all, you can't be too mad. Your opponent got the download. They made the adjustments. And maybe you just didn't have the adjustments ready in that moment, but it was a really close set. It was a very tough, very huge uphill battle, but they played fantastic, and it really shows the level of play and the quality that Falsifier has once they really get going. So no hard done by that situation. But moving on, we do have MINEION versus Zato-VaN.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if they're gonna, you know, just thug it out in the Zato mirror, or if they have any pockets to deal with the situation. But the Zato bros, this is gonna be the team kill you're all loath to see. But as commentators, we're sitting here in our cushy chair, just staring down, being like, "Oh, this is awesome! 2 Zatos for the price of 1. No way!
No way! No way! One of you have to go down. The tragedy! Oh no!
Oh no! Warms up popcorn.
Oh no! Pulls up lemonade on the side.
Oh, the shame. Oh,
Like, oh, the horror.
Dips tea. But yeah, so if it is going to be double Zato, it's an interesting matchup in itself because Zato doesn't really do well into Zato. Oh,
that's not good. Strive Universe.
Strive Universe. Boom, nuked. Servers are dead. Gonna have to pick this up again tomorrow.
Wait, hold on. I just thought about it. If we think about this in logical terms, if there is a Strive Earth and a Strive Universe, is there a Strive Galaxy?
Isn't it a galaxy within a universe? Shouldn't it go Earth, Galaxy, and then Universe?
Earth, Galaxy, Universe. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if, and hear me out on this, we have a tournament of power?
Yeah. Go on.
But instead of
12 Strive universes?
But instead of 12 Strive universes, it's multiple Arc System universes.
Oh, we had one of those games before. It got very mixed reception.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong by that. And to be fair, your name basically summarizes that entire experience. Yuckers.
Yep, it did. It did indeed. Also, if you cast your eyes on the stream real quick, you can see how my day went today.
I honestly, Adi Shankar or Adi Shankar is, yeah, this is like, to me, I have never seen someone be so blatantly a Redditor.
The ultimate insult, you Redditor, yuckers.
Redditor.
Yeah,
like, don't even bother with a slur. Just say Redditor. It just hurts them.
Oh, Jack. They know deep in their heart it's not a good thing to identify us.
You look like you sound like you wear a fedora and tip it.
Ooh. Painful. Luckily, I never was into fedoras. Thank goodness.
Fedoras are cool, but I think Redditors like ruined them.
Yes, they're no longer cool.
They are no longer cool.
Were you a Redditor, Sir Kappa?
Are you? No, are you a Redditor? No, you know what, Yucker? I've heard 1 in 3 people are Redditors. I'm not a Redditor.
I'm also not a Redditor. Who's streaming this bracket? Are you a Redditor? We can't stare at the camera, but Ice, are you a Redditor?
Stares at chat. Are you Redditors?
If you use ChatGPT, you are a Redditor.
I mean, you're not wrong, but at the same time, like, I've seen people, like, I mean, we gotta remember, like, one of May's optimals was made by ChatGPT.
Wait, really?
Yes, like an actual TOD was like generated by ChatGPT, and it actually was working.
That's crazy. ChatGPT figured out before May plays it. That's awesome. But it is gonna be the Zato mirror, the black and white Zato matchup.
Oh, good versus evil. Ah, what am I kidding? They're both evil.
Truly.
They're both demons. They're both send them to hell, both of them.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning earlier, right, Zato doesn't do the best into Zato because, like, this situation, he has no response. No reversal supers. All he has to his name is system mechanics. YRC, burst, deflect shield, and that's where it ends. Maybe a mash if you're ballsy.
This is really the argument of, like, the mirror is 6-4, isn't it?
Yeah, or like, nah, mirror is 10-0.
The mirror is 9-1.
Yeah, shout out to the CF mirror for Naruto, which is like 10-0 depending on if you're P1 or P2.
Alright, speaking of Zato though, Zato-VaN definitely putting up a lot of damage on the board despite being down in the deficit. Is going to get the kill off? Yes, he is. They're going to be ready to get into the next round. 1-1 apiece, and gets it with the perfect as well.
Absolutely, trying to prove that, okay. Zato communication, oppose on oppose, but I'm getting a little too close, and immediately the snakes are biting. Zato-VaN stuck in the corner for the time being, trying to find an opportunity to create a bit of space. Does find an opening now, pushes as close as possible to the corner, but there's the air throw.
The Zato hive mind is so real, and I love watching it in the wilds. What a void wall break.
Yeah, it's also going to get a hard knockdown. Eddie back on the table, pushed back into the corner. Tap dust is going to come out. Tries to RC, see if oh, Garfield? Alright.
No. To be honest, despite the fact that they didn't burst earlier, that second sequence definitely was very warranted by. It was very well warranted by their opponent here. Just Minion being able to lock Zato-VaN out of those resources was a very good idea, and it was a very smart idea at that. Like making those split-second decisions in such a high-pressure situation, right? That really that is the telltale signs of a player who really has the marks to make it good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the more you familiarize yourself with the game and the character, the more headroom you have available to take opportunities where you can to observe the whole game state and be like, all right, this is the next sequence I'm going to do.
Both these players definitely have a lot of the knowledge on deck to be able to play the game to perfection the way they are well known to do so. Nice run through to beat the invite hell. You definitely see the knowledge of both players.
Yeah, so that's not real. Oh, the burst is going to connect before the Sun Void comes out still. Eddy meter is refunded. Both of them are just flexing their Eddy moves. And unfortunately, it is going to be Zato-VaN that's going to be on the losing side of this. Sun Void keeps the pressure running. Eddy is back on the table, trying to FD them away, but not quite working out. The low is found. Enough Eddy to be able to get the confirm. Going for the Amogus Ender here.
Oh my god, he almost died.
I guess that's why he went for the Amogus Ender.
I love watching their moves clash because I just think like, what if we clashed moves together?
What if we clash moves together on the Faust stage?
What if we both clash drills? Haha, just kidding. Unless. Throws up a pose. You already know this is about to be a silly match. Nice 2H especially. Oh, gets the confirm. I love when they go air to air. That's like one of my favorite confirms. I think Latif made me a believer that these confirms were sick.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, nice 6P. Good reaction. Seeing them jump, trying to fall down with a button. Deflect shield is pushed away, but the invite hell invites Zato-VaN right back into the pressure. Leapfrog is being controlled. Oh. I'm mixing my players. Apologies.
Yeah, Minion is black, Zato is white.
Well, coffee and milk, as Ice has written it, but Minion trying to Zato-VaN trying to burst bait here against Minion. And now bring it down around a piece, looking to tie up the set.
So we're talking about coffee, like black coffee Zato versus creamer Zato.
I can't with the phrase creamer Zato.
What a strike throw situation. I love to see that. See, that's one of the coolest things I love about Zato players, when they're not being cringe. Oh my god, never mind.
They're being cringe. Oh, YC made it. Very nice.
Back to our regularly scheduled cringe programming.
Thought this was not cringe. Here we go. Sun Void, extra cringe, getting a hard knockdown. Eddy meter is back on the table. Burst is so soon available for Zato-VaN, however, but using it instead to deflect shield, and just like that, you know, you push away the Zato, but not the Eddy, and you're punished for that.
I mean, just get like you forget where there's trouble, and we did make it double. Now, Minion is on set point. But I've seen Zato-VaN come from very horrendous situations, probably from even more horrendous situations than this. And if there's anybody who could definitely make the turnaround, Zato-VaN has the capacity to do so. It just is determined by the fact that Minion has just showed such knowledge and well-articulated prowess in the spatial awareness game that Zato-VaN has barely any answers to really account for in the set.
Yeah, but so far it's starting to look like a good opening here for Zato-VaN. Trying to extend as much of the damage as possible. No Eddy meter available, but the life advantage is going to give him a bit of some meta advantage here still. Minion now has him trapped in the corner. No Eddy meter of his own, so that means they're just going back and forth, being like, all right, your Eddy's dead? Okay, my turn. Oh, my Eddy's dead? Okay, your turn.
It's just a back and forth. It's like, all right, which Eddy is... who brought the Eddy to the function? Yeah. They're both trading. This is so dumb. This is actually not real. This is a simulation. I refuse to believe.
You colluding in my bracket?
What a mash out. This man is brave.
There we go. 2K to finish it off. So Zato-VaN now with a chance to put one on the board. Also pretty comfortable here with that burst gauge resource. 5P instantly going to check the Eddy here. So see if Minion has opportunity to just activate. Avoids the 6P, but still no safe deployment of Eddy has been available just yet.
Yeah, if you look at it, if you pay attention to, like, Zato-VaN's use of Eddie is become more aggressive now. It feels like Minion has actually been taken aback by just how hyper-aggressive the usage of Zato-VaN's Eddie usage has been. It's almost like suffocating in a way, more so than usual, actually.
Yeah, I think Minion definitely a little bit more used to the room given to, you know, just deploy, get the frog out, and then just run the cringe mix. Instead, has been suffering under intense pressure. Here's Zato-VaN with a good chunk of meter. Gonna be hit by the invite hell, is gonna find the kill no less, and that is gonna be the set point for Minion. Both players very close to equal on the burst gauge, just a bit away from having it activated.
Yeah, Zato-VaN is definitely going to have to come up with an answer right now, lest they go out from this position. They definitely don't want to go out now, but it's looking very dire for them at the moment, and Minion is on the prowl. Forcing their opponent to use the burst is definitely a good way to get things going, as Zato-VaN has no resources to burn through. They are in dead man's wonderland.
Yeah, they still at least have 50 meter to try and potentially YRC, but of course the pressure is so disjointed from Zato that it can be difficult, right? Just when you think you got him, Eddie's attacking you, but he is blocking. But there's the Amorphous, and Minion is gonna clean it up 3-0 to send Zato-VaN out of the bracket and be the last Zato standing.
Yeah, I mean, it looked very done and dusted by the opening whistle, but this isn't to say that Zato-VaN didn't play good, right? They played immensely well, and given the adjustments, the micro adjustments that they made, on any given day, I would put my money on Zato-VaN. I've seen Zato-VaN come back from worse, and they're a very excellent player. I think one of the last bastions of Zato. But for what it's worth, their opponent played out of their skin today. It's probably the most immense I've ever seen a Zato player really effectively lock someone out, especially in the mirror.
Absolutely. So, with that, the current state of the bracket is we have Cuenca versus Falsifier coming up next, and after that, the winner of that will be facing off against Minion in the loser semis. By that point, I believe we'll be taking a return towards the winner side, where we'll be watching PataChu versus Tiger Pop. And in the meantime, of course, a reminder to all that we still have plenty of codes left to be claimed. We're still at 19 codes. Of course, there is quite the bag already available due to a very, very generous donation earlier, but still, for the little man who wants to contribute, not as heavily, but still, you know, wants to support their favorite players out there, head on over, hit that claim code button, and let's make this a good one. Cuenca versus Falsifier.
And if there's any player I'm very excited to see, especially like on the sticks, I've had a fun, overwhelming, hilarious time watching Cuenca play. Like, I had the privilege of commentating them when they were fighting Zando in the Wild Tide, and there's the reason why. You can never expect the most normal of interactions with them. Cuenca is a demon in sheep's clothing. They will just come at you all aggressive, and you will have no answer for it.
Unfortunately, getting duffed out here by Falsifier. Back to the wall you go. The burst was cute, but who said it was your turn? There goes into the Deus Ex Machina, getting all those bullets back. A little bit of focus, but should be generating some more running this pressure. YRC is baited, stuffed. And that should be the kill, barring any uncharacteristic drops.
Falsifier definitely woke up since their last set. They're a lot more awake at the wheel, and they definitely have more to show for it. But again, Cuenca is a demon in nature. You can never be too sure how things are going to go down with a player like Cuenca, who has the capacity to turn things around and make this entire set so much more like daunting in favor of them, as opposed to Falsifier. But Falsifier, very awake at the wheel currently.
Yeah, Falsifier's been getting a lot of success from the 6S, but finally not quite hitting the mark. And here is Cuenca with the I know mix. Falsifier not knowing where to look, just trying to burst bait, but sees the round advantage that he has. It's like, you know what, we can hang on to this for a bit.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the very heavy emphasis on the burst bait. While it was successful the first time, cute as it may be, it's like at some point twice as first time you catch lightning in a bottle, there's never a second chance here. You have to make good on the chances you have. And while the rounds are even, you don't want to afford a player like Falsifier that knowledge that you are insistent on resource baiting.
Ooh! Spicy little BRC mix there, trying to chase down with the PRC. Blue RC to slow down, but duff.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for the YIOTA.
Yeah. Oink. So now life disadvantage. Well, just not the best state, but still, it's made up for the fact that Falsifier doesn't have only that one bullet, but still, expert navigation ended up putting Cuenca into the corner, in spite of all the effort that Cuenca did to try and put Falsifier there, and was able to capitalize on just that last silver bullet.
Just cause you have a nice opener doesn't mean you have the capacity to close, and Falsifier shows this to be a proven point, right? And Cuenca, for as explosive as they are, it only matters as much as if you can get the hit started and get the momentum swinging. And the pendulum is not swinging in their favor at the moment. They've got to play a little bit more in the idea of trying to land the hit and trying to make the neutral interactions work in their favor, as opposed to trying to do all the silly stuff they're known for.
Yeah, here we see Falsifier taking the space to just throw out a curse, and now already gunshots. Curse is applied yet again, making the navigation here for Cuenca a little trickier. Just, yeah, the rundown, shoots him up, pushes them close towards the corner, only has that last bullet, a lot of focus running out. Just barely able to cancel out and not be put into the punish state, but still no wall break.
You see how well, like, even with how well Cuenca is trying to navigate the screen and is doing a fantastic job of doing so, it really shows you the difficulties that they're going to have with this matchup in particular. Just everything that it comes down to it, every bad possible like nuance that needs to be done in order to deal with a Happy Chaos, I.N.O has to deal with a majority of this. But nice IB back to back to keep the positional advantage and possibly get the kill.
Ooh, Pixel health to play with here, so we'll see. But yeah, hard knockdown against I.N.O is not the way you want to try and guess for your life, but still, we have burst available, we still have the game lead, we're in an okay spot. Just like that, curse is applied, run up, not quite ready for the confirm just yet, but the stagger pressure is going to work. There is no burst for Cuenca available, so just holding all this damage. Does deflect shield away, but guess what I have? Oh, good.
Yeah, that gun is up to plus 25. You gotta be careful that any bullet could lead to anything.
Certainly. Pushing towards the corner.
Oh no, that was definitely not intentional. But it worked out in their favor. They might actually get the kill from it just because of the chaos.
It's applied in the name, but still not quite. Has okay bullets, has full bullets, okay focus. He's just trying to go for the zoning, super focused. Let's have some fun. Point, shoot it up. Spend as much time as possible to let the positive meter bonus run to regenerate that burst gauge.
This next round is not looking too good for Happy Chaos, though. Like this, I mean, you do spend the burst early, and you need to. Any leverage or momentum that you get is an important aspect of your gameplay and your survival rate, and that's the reason why Falsifier already turned things to their favor, and now gets the wall break. Positive bonus is not gonna be a kind of individual to Cuenca.
Yeah, at least the solace is that, you know, he's low on focus, but just the empty jump throw, splat against the wall, enough meter for the Deus Ex Machina, and I believe that is all Falsifier wrote for Game 2.
Yeah, and they built up just enough meter as well, just a sliver like past the 50-meter mark, and it gave them the round-ending kill. But I'm pretty sure even with that in mind, they would still be able to get the kill because of wall break damage. But you never could be too sure. Guilty Gear is a very funny game.
It'd be like that, especially with these bullets, right? The scaling adds up pretty heavily, and you'd much rather have that Deus Ex Machina when you can, rather than just praying that a gunshot or another normal will deal the killing blow.
Yeah, you can never be too sure. You always want to seal things out if you can. If you have meter, seal it out with a super. It hurts no one but your opponent to have to deal with such a thing. But again, game 3, and baits the burst, and you know for a fact Falsifier has been holding on to that for quite some time now. They came back with a burst bait previously, and they brought the receipt with interest. Oh my god.
Combo? Yeah, I mean, it's a funny combo. I've seen Tiger Pop use it quite effectively to get side swaps, but in that case, I think you'd much rather just have them be on the same side. Still, 5D connect, gunshot for the confirm, and Falsifier is comfortably on that set point. Has burst available. Cuenca a little ways, but immediately gets anti-air just like that. Run all the way in towards the corner. Just gonna have to take the knockdown, right? Not enough meter generated in that sequence to find a reason to wall splat.
Yeah, it's been all go from the opening gate, and the dominance on display is not to be understated. But Cuenca got the backdoor necessary, but going back to back, they're going throw for throw, and Falsifier is more than capable of keeping this going for themselves right here.
Yeah, oh, very nice. Takes the opportunity to use the special dash of I.N.O to find an opening. Going to be dealing a healthy dose of hurt. Gonna also get that hard knockdown. Positive meter bonus isn't ticking. Tries to backdash away, but the JD clipping, and that is going to be Cuenca staying alive for the time being.
For how long can they keep this up though? Because every interaction that they've had to win, they've had to earn, but they seldom have earned many because of the fact that Falsifier has kept them locked out for so long through prolonged sections of the set.
Yeah, but an excellent counter hit. Catch the backdash here. Baits the burst out. This is very painful. Hold this. No hard knockdown. Has resources to play with. BRC's in. Slow down. Tries to catch with a gunshot, but the backdash able to invuln through it.
Ooh, Cuenca is coming back with a vengeance. You know they're angry. You never want to piss off an Edo player unless you come back with all kinds of egregious BS. And just like that, Cuenca gives themselves a lifeline of a game, and they did it with a statement round.
Absolutely. Now the question is, does Cuenca have the knowledge prepared to fully run this comeback? Because we mentioned before, right? It was a falsifier even, right? That made the slow but gradual adjustments to Skarfelt to make the comeback happen. You run the risk at the same time because there's now 2 games that you have to take, or at least one more before the final game. This is room for Falsifier to build data up again because they just need that final one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can never take anything for granted if you're Falsifier. You want to make sure every interaction, every game you win is a good game for you to possibly move on to the next round. But for Falsifier, I feel like Falsifier doesn't have anything to worry too much, especially because their gameplay has improved immensely since the last time I saw them months ago. But Cuenca is on the move. They're already putting pressure on their opponent, and again, the longer the set goes, the more insane and the more wild these sets become.
Yeah, using the plus frames, not able to get that 2D. FD working out quite nicely. And there's the chase down here from Cuenca. Catching the backdash once more. Falsifier looking to try and create space where it's not allowed. And Cuenca again takes another round, looking eagerly to tie up this set.
Yeah, the big woe that I think is still remaining, and it's been a very long time since I've seen this. I thought this got cleared up, and you mentioned this earlier, the idea of stamina. Falsifier actually had a very long-standing history with stamina woes. The longer the set goes, usually doesn't benefit them. They circumvented it with Skarfelt, but it looks like it's starting to come back with Cuenca here. But nice back throw to secure themselves a nice position and the positive bonus as well.
They went for the back throw again, this time also working out. So many times the option was utilized, but to no avail. Still getting the BRC pickup here. Falsifier having to burst out, trying to create a bit of space, use a little bit of that Season 2 style zoning. Super Focus is activated. Down to the final bullet, RC for the pickup. And that should be plenty as Falsifier once again puts themselves on set point.
They don't want to take this to a game 5. The longer the set goes, the more likely Cuenca is to come back, and Falsifier cannot afford to let this set go on any longer, lest Cuenca finally get the download needed to really set the tone for the precedent of the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, certainly. Cuenca has him locked in the corner. There's the delayed overhead. Going straight into the super. Going to be doing a hefty bit of damage as well as that hard knockdown. A lot of resources to start a Falsifier. Full stick of butter, burst available, but kind of just getting chipped out here for bit by bit. Finally bursting out. Super focus in. Down to 1 bullet. Full screen burst. Thank you for the changes.
Fantastic work. They're already putting themselves in a good position. They dropped the combo early for the reset, and they're going to go for the wall slump here. Not exactly the wisest decision, but they might be able to get the kill necessary if they can keep this going.
Yeah.
And that's it!
Oh my goodness, yeah. You had to risk it, had to take these risks right on these slumps because a non-hard knockdown wall break really doesn't do them any benefit to just try and play that neutral interaction, especially with things like HCL on the table. So knockdown after knockdown, willing to gamble, no meter, no burst on the side for Cuenca to try and reversal through, and just kept that pressure nice and secure and won it off the staggers instead of anything crazy like a wake-up throw.
I mean, you definitely can be resting easy now. Falsifier can finally rest and take a moment to breathe, as they are going to be able to sit nice and pretty in loser semifinals, just waiting for their opponent and their match to start, as they can take time to assess their opponents up in the winner's side of the bracket. But well fought from Cuenca. Very good job. Definitely put a lot of pressure on Falsifier to really make good on their chances. But now it's them moving into loser semifinals. They could finally take that moment to rehydrate and to really reinvigorate themselves, because they've still got a long road ahead if they want to make it up into that grand final slot.
Absolutely. So here it is, our winners finals side. PataChu versus Tiger Pop, a salty staple. So thank you, Cuenca, for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody joining in. It's probably a good time to remind ourselves that there are still 16 codes left to be claimed, so 9 since we last brought it up. So thank you to everybody that claimed it in the meantime. So to those who are hopping in from Cuenca's side, please head on over, contribute if you haven't done so already, and let's get these players their kebabs, their kudos.
Make sure to build up the money in the chat. Yes, those Metrorino codes always help support not only the players but the TOs and the events that run. Sure, they might be minor contributions, but your contributions in general open up future opportunities, and it really does make things so much better for everybody involved.
Certainly. So here it is. It's going to be likely Happy Chaos versus Sin, unless both of them have their secondaries. Oh yeah, okay. I was thinking Tiger Pop not gonna be really trying to play that Happy Chaos into Sin, right? Sin has a pretty good chance of just slapping him in the face with the flagpole when he's trying to be funny with the gun. So instead, just going to try and play it at a similar range with A.B.A, but of course tied to their own resource to be really, really effective.
Oh yeah, you don't want to play a character who technically has a two-step game plan with a character who can just blow you up by just swinging into an explosive round starter or just an explosive starter. You want to match that energy as best as you possibly can with a character like A.B.A who will just melt your health bar with just one good counter hit.
Absolutely. And of course, what's always available to PataChu when things go a little sour is that Elfeld. But as we've usually seen from him, is he'll try to tough it out as long as possible with Sin until the options are looking mighty bleak when it's just time to shake it up and see what he can do.
But here we go. We've seen Tiger Pop rock and roll with that Happy Chaos. But today we are going to see a matter of pure brutality and violence on the sticks, as PataChu does pull the trigger first, is the one to really get things going.
Yeah, already the early burst, but you hate to see it. The true combo burst into getting hit, but that backdash, able to avoid the overhead, gets the throw punish. And there's the burst back from PataChu, has guessed wrong enough times for his own liking.
You try to make PataChu flinch, and that's always a very difficult thing to do. To make a player of this caliber flinch at this high of a level, it's going to be a very difficult task. But if there's anybody that can do it, Tiger Pop definitely has that it factor to do it.
Absolutely, there we go. Nice little pickup. Going to be opting to adjust RTL. Get that wall break. One stamina still to his name. And meanwhile, Tiger Pop is stuck into this. Oh, the shimmy. Going straight into the tire barrel, and there is the kill. If he didn't have that hard call out, at the very least, he's going to try and run the block string as long as possible to just forcibly drain A.B.A out of her Jealousy Rage stage.
Trying to close out a little bit of space off the intertwine until trying to make PataChu's life a little bit of living hell. Full Jealousy Gauge definitely will make that possible. Full resources on the burst, and that is a lot of jealousy to burn through. Yeah, they are wasting the timer, but still.
Has the burst, does a safe install, refund a whole lot of gauge, but still, that does cost them the attempt to try and gain back some screen position. A wild swing coming out, there's a Jealousy Rage, big overhead does connect. It's going to be confirming them all the way to the other side. Wall splat, uninstall, reinstall, look at the meter to play with. So that positive meter bonus ticking off.
I always say this every time I get the opportunity, but hell hath no fury like a woman in jealousy, and that remains true to this day. Trying ever so aggressively to bait every resource imaginable, and my god, Tiger Pop really wants to send a statement to PataChu.
Absolutely, but here's a very nice opening for PataChu to start things off with. Not going to be getting a hard knockdown, about half health of damage is nothing to scoff at. One final bar of stamina to try and play with here. And instantly uses it to card cancel straight into the tire barrel. There's a knockdown. Positive meter bonus continues ticking, but no stamina. Gonna have to watch how he runs this pressure.
The only resources available to them is that burst. Finally, PataChu does spend to try and extend with no stamina on deck. Try to pop the jealousy, but wasn't successful this time around. Instead, going for the hero burst.
Overhead does connect, but has to uninstall, and forcibly no less. And there is the DP through. I think that's all what PataChu was waiting for. It's like, yeah, just do something, just anything with a slight gap. I'm fiending for that Hawk Baker. I'm fiending for it.
And I think the worst part about that is even if PataChu didn't represent that at all, you already know that with the 50 meter on deck, they would have gone for the fuzzy overhead setup. So they would have definitely already doing the DP was basically the best course action for PataChu. It could have gone from bad to worse, but they needed to gamble at least once.
Certainly. So here is the game lead for PataChu, so see if he can keep up this momentum and make a hot streak occur here. Danzai able to just go through some of these longer range buttons, trading into each other, but the screen advantageous position is going towards Tiger Pop, does get that knockdown in the corner, catches the backdash, and there's the wall pad uninstalled, reinstalled through the super, hard knockdown, and look at the Jealousy Rage Gauge to play with.
60% of Jealousy on deck, baits the DP this time. Tiger very quick to make these adjustments at such a rapid rate. Is going to cancel into the red X, is going to use up all that Jealousy to get the early kill as well and put themselves in a good position to possibly take this game back from PataChu.
Yeah, such an explosive and confident start here. Already while the Salty pushes the corner, gets the install, and there is the Hawkbreaker. I've had enough. All on PataChu here now to run the timer out, force A.B.A to get the deinstall going. There it is. Now a significantly weaker state, right? Has a rough time approaching, and PataChu can definitely control the space very nicely with these Sin normals.
PataChu utilizing these resources well to be able to force Tiger Pop into a mistake here, and the patience on display for both these players. It's very difficult to see who really has control of the match until a singular counter hit starts happening.
Yeah, just backing away here. Does have enough to install, but it's not going to be the greatest amount of time. 6P goes the wrong way. And immediately Tiger Pop capitalizing on the mistake. Finds enough Jealousy Rage to get that full red bar to play with. Somehow, I guess, mid-crushing Far Slash.
I mean, that intertwine and tilt is aptly named. It is a tilting move as it mid-crushes and low-crushes, which in this match in particular against PataChu, you definitely can feel the potency of that, given that all of the best pokes that PataChu can represent will be crushed by that intertwine and tilt.
And there it is. Oh, slow down. You hate to see it. It's going to be the last burst here, potentially from PataChu. Does find an opening, runs him all the way towards the corner. Stomp, tries to go for the... Oh, no! Yeah, all these options going awry, but just some simple jumps.
I think PataChu's patience is something to be commended as well. Despite losing that game, they're doing a fantastic job of just not swinging usually as often as they do. Given the fact that they are scouting in advance all these options that Tiger Pop is very accustomed to using. But credit to Tiger Pop as well. Tiger Pop isn't just full sending everything. There's a method to his madness, and clearly these methods do work, even at the top level, right? And PataChu definitely a little bit shaken by it, but this isn't enough to really shake the morale and the spirit of any of these players by any means, as we're going into the all-important Game 3.
Yeah, some of these veteran players definitely understand that all the rounds, all the health, and all the burst gauges are there to be used up, because all that matters at the very end is you get those 3 wins.
No Jealousy on deck though. Definitely in that burnout state, you don't want to be there if you're a Tiger Pop, but that doesn't matter, as you are going to be able to build up those resources for the wall break. And again, setting yourself up nicely with the key grab in order to get that Jealousy Pop, and just moving in with 60% is a fantastic way to move into the next round.
Interesting though that Tiger Pop opposite played a little bit more defensively despite being a Jealousy Rage Gauge, and immediately PataChu also taking the advantage, but that burst does put them in the corner, and that is going to be another round to Tiger Pop, now taking the advantage in the overall game state now.
I think Tiger Pop has always been a very well-established defensive player to an extent, but I love the way that they utilize their defense with A.B.A, even in Jealousy. I think the paranoia of the aggression that comes with a Jealousy Rage is what really sets him apart from so many other A.B.A players, and he can make players flinch just by her presence alone.
Oh, certainly. The option of just the sheer presence is a factor that you can definitely leverage, especially when you're higher level in the game. Nice spacing, utilizing the improved movement there, and look at him clear the distance on the screen. And is it enough to kill? Trying to drag to the corner, not quite. Forcibly uninstalled, but still, there's going to be a great position to try and generate that Jealousy Rage back. But won't need it. OTG kill for the win, and Tiger Pop is 1 game away from going to Grand Finals winner side. A very comfortable spot to be resting in.
PataChu definitely reeling a little bit, and you mentioned the idea of how well defensively they play as A.B.A, especially in Jealousy Rage. I love the way that they play A.B.A. purely because the way that they're able to switch off the mentalities of both the respective modes. It's almost as if they're playing separate characters, and they really go in with that mentality of, I have this strength for a temporary amount of time, but that doesn't mean I have to full on send it. I have it for a certain amount of time. I can afford to play with it a bit more and really force my opponent to play to my speed as opposed to the other way around.
Absolutely, but this time the aggression is going to come from Tiger Pop, pushing PataChu towards the corner, does find the install, Dion's hits, and PataChu has lost enough. He said, you know what, time for the burst, go blocks on the fuzzies, but still it is Tiger Pop's turn, safely uninstalls, red RC, plus frames, should be seeing the install very soon. PataChu having a rough time finding an out here, red on the risk, no big counter hit just yet, red RC keeps it going, hasn't been able to escape, and finally pulls the Hawkbaker.
I think right now for PataChu, the biggest threat isn't even the exact popping of Jealousy Rage. It's just the fact that there's so much resources on deck. And the biggest part about it, especially after that round, is that Tiger Pop is just not afraid to be in a situation where they have to utilize all the resource. If anything, they're more than willing to play with it longer than most A.B.A. players I know.
Baited the DP, but wasn't ready with the punish this time still. Able to win the next interaction, already starting off nice and aggressive. Pushed away a little too far, and PataChu reasonably ready with the whiff punish.
Runs up all the way to get the Tyrant Barrel cash out. Does get the clean hit, so this position is going to be very useful for them as the positive bonus is going to come through. But Tiger Pop, again, that's 6P. They're always ready on the sticks.
That cross-up was mean, and PataChu blocked that no less. Still not be able to block the overhead, instantly tries to burst, but there is the run in from Tiger Pop. Is going to uninstall, so still a life fly, but the 2P mash will be enough as Tiger Pop moves on forward to Grand Finals.
Yeah, that A.B.A. pick was definitely the best thing going for them, right? Happy Chaos would not have been the best answer, although they're very, very strong in their own right. But I love the fact that anytime an install happens, you definitely know there's going to be something brewing in that despicable mind of Tiger Pop. And just like that, they do move on into winner side grand finals. But that loser side is definitely looking very interesting. We have Falsifier left over on Happy Chaos. We have Minion on Zato, PataChu on Sin, and then we have Tiger Pop, who can play just about everyone in the cast.
Yeah, but you know, we do see the distinctive two, right? The dual maining. I see that a lot more as the discussion is evolving, is that we went from a lot of people saying like, yeah, this is the character that I want to play. This is going to be all that I consume and all that I learn. To some other characters looking at it a little bit more realistically, like, okay, there's some no future matchups for my character, or sometimes my character, you know, can win this, but it's a bit of a struggle. And then they just, like, we can tough it out and really, like, dive into the nitty-gritty and figure out what are the necessary things to overcome these rougher matchups. Or we can just look elsewhere and pick up a character that can smooth out some of these problems, some of these, you know, kinks in the my own character's armor. And when you go face off against those characters, you can then instantly swap into what is required to just make your life a little easier. And especially in some of these really like longer tournament runs, you're talking about these offline events where we've had this discussion many times on stream already, the stamina of the players to sit there and be like, oh, I have to tough it out so many times on these matchups. I'm going to be so exhausted. Why not make life a little easier and just pick a, you know, a character that just runs a slightly more favorable or way more favorable into your opponent?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I understand the idea of wanting to play characters or really have, like, expand your repertoire as opposed to just being a specialist on your character like myself, as I just stick to the one character, because I think character loyalty in Strive, like, really especially Strive, right? It's heavily paid, it's heavily rewarded, but at the same time, there does come a point where your loyalty does have to be contested just a little bit in order to deal with certain matchups. But I understand the mentality for that. But again, I'm of the opinion that if I can't deal with the punches on my character, then realistically, I'm not maining the character. I'm just playing him for convenience.
Yeah, that's fair. But convenience is what I'm after. I'm here to slop, buddy.
That's fair. I mean, I'm autistic. I'm autistic and I'm ADHD riddled. I am autistic maxing and ADHD pilled. And let me tell you, once I have a certain character that I gravitate towards, it's very difficult to get me off of them. I tried. Almost everyone that interested me, no one has stuck to me like Nago has since launch.
Fair, fair.
All right, loser side. This is gonna be fun, as these are two of the most bastard characters to ever exist in this game.
Yeah, very apt way to put it, and I think I like to consider Happy Chaos in the same branch as a puppet character to Zato, right? Because he may not have a little goober on the field that is, you know, disjointing the pressure.
Anymore.
But he sure as hell has a gun that's doing that.
Anymore.
Anymore.
Yeah, we remember the days of Prime Clone.
True. Oh, bring back Clone. It was funny.
No, never.
Yes, it was funny as a commentator because I don't have to put up with that, but I can see some people hopes and dreams be shattered by just a funny dude doing poses.
Alright, here we go. First game on deck, and Falsifier already getting everything going in their favor. Very strong stuff from them, but Minion again on the prowl, not scared by any stretch of the imagination. Utilizing that color 9, I believe, or is that color 3?
You're not gonna get the answer out of me.
I know it's color 4. It's color 4. I remember. I think. Yeah, they try to utilize a little bit of that color advantage to be able to steal just a little bit of an option to be able to tap dust safely. Or I'm just chatting BS, you know.
I think there's definitely some. I don't know about the snow stage, if it's banned or if it's just, you know, gentlemen to let's not be a dick.
I personally just hate that snow stage for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I think
baiting the burst. Oh my god.
Yeah, unfortunately, supers don't go towards baiting bursts, and I think Falsifier has had a couple of rough patches here of trying to backdash out of pressure, but getting clipped out anyways.
Falsifier has had ample opportunity to really tighten up, but they really need to start making that happen for themselves if they really want to put up a fight against Minion, as Minion has some of the tightest, most egregious segments if you really don't pay attention.
Yeah, and just like that, right? The tap dust, as always, coming in clutch, and Minion able to take that first game. So we'll see what kind of brand of Falsifier are going to see today. Are we going to see the exhausted, it is what it is, or the diesel engine, slowly but surely formulating the, connecting the synapses here and formulating the plan to beat this other bastard character?
I mean, we did have to see them play a Game 5 against Skarfelt and then nearly a Game 5 against Cuenca, and they have been very close. So if there's anything that must continue, is that they need to do what is necessary to make this as close as possible for themselves, but they don't want to afford too much liberty for their opponent lest they get put out for the count.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cheering on Falsifier because I just want to see Happy Chaos Grand Final Mirrors. It's kind of dope.
It would be, but they definitely have a long road ahead. If they make top 3, that definitely would be a commendable result.
Oh, absolutely. Just like that, the Fancy Snake coming out, another Deus Ex Machina. Going very comfortably towards Falsifier's end. Maybe signs of something to come, who knows? Or just, can happen, strive round, you just have a bit of an unlucky moment and you just get too touched.
I mean, remember, we did see this previously in the last game, so this is more than just a history repeating itself. But if anybody wants to keep this away from history, then you definitely want Falsifier to win this. But Minion on the prowl once again might not get the kill because of the drop, but does secure it nonetheless off the reset.
Yeah, that opposed pressure is always so deadly. Just this, we know where Clone went now.
The lockdown is from both these players is very tremendous, but it's Minion who is currently dominating in that respect.
Nice, gets the Goomba Stomp, able to get the side swap to boot as well. Slam against the ward corner with the focus and the Deus Ex Machina, so that's going to be nearly full on all resources. At least the bullets is definitely nicely chambered up. While the Salt to start it off with. Oh, and the clone?
Ooh, they're going to cash out. They see the burst coming inbound, but they decide to cash out early. If you're going to make them burst in an inconvenient way. It gets the gold burst. Oh, this is not good for Falsifier here.
Yeah. Oh, double deflect shield away. I don't know if it was a mistake or not.
That most definitely was not intentional. Either way, it worked out for them, and that is all that matters. If it works, we take those.
This is it probably is surprisingly the smarter thing to do, because so many times we've seen a Zato player being deflect shielded on wake up, but the fact is that it was an Eddie move that hit them, or like they deflect shielded Zato and then Eddie is still in position to continue the pressure, and to that regard, right, just doing double deflect shield sent them so far away that there was barely any chance to keep it going.
Nice, sets up the curse, but they do get hit by the Pog Frog, and my god, we're already into the next sequence that is half your health gone.
Right. Nice. Close, tap Dust. But does get burst away, does try to slowly navigate the way closer, but Dust is going to work for them. Hanging on to the burst for the time being, but ends up using it nevertheless. Sun Void, PRC, both are whiffed, and Eddie's already gone. Tries to I.B, but there is the RC to keep the pressure running. 2 bullets to his name. No marks just found just yet. And there's the pickle.
What a good way to get things going, and again, they're looking pretty good. A little bit more even on the life lead, but still, Asuka moving in very well and does take the round. This time a little bit with a little bit more resistance than usual, but Falsifier looking very strong on the sticks right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Bring him close towards the corner. The burst gauge is slowly filling up, but first, you have to endure a wall splat, half of your health taken away. Pretty good on the resources here. 2S challenge for being quite ballsy here without the hard knockdown.
Alright, uses the burst to be able to get a little bit of spatial liberties here to try and control things. Gonna utilize a little bit of that recovery to be able to lock him down, but Falsifier checking the gaps between the segment and is still on top of them despite the BRC, and this is gonna be enough to get the kill as well, put them in a nice pretty position, 2-1, and they're looking immensely confident.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a bit of a back and forth occasionally, but sometimes Falsifiers gets these fantastic rounds where it looks very tough for Minion to get his footing. So now sitting in a really good spot, and if we're to believe your theory, this should be in the bag here for Falsifier, having won the game number 3.
Oh man, game 4 is looking very appetizing as a commentator, right? Because we already know how strong their opponent is, right? Minion has put down Zato-VaN, who is, again, we mentioned this earlier, one of the last bastions of strong Zato play. But Falsifier is looking pretty good in themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna go for the early burst here, starting off to the zoning capabilities. Shoots out Eddie and now drags Minion all the way to the corner, but dash of 2S challenge there on the curse. Very nicely done, taking the turn back. No bullets on Falsifier's magazine. There is the Sun Void coming out. Eddie is in position to keep the pressure running, finds an opening, and this is very much a Minion round.
Yeah, it is all but done and dusted, right? Minion is pretty much on the stick, still wanting to fight this out. There's still a lot of resistance left in the tank for them. Falsifier does take quite a lot of damage on deck, but nice smash out post wall break situation. It is going to get Eddie back in time.
Yeah, pushing forward, there is the opening. And the question is Minion going to risk the burst here, or are they just going to hold on potentially the final round? But first, a wall break, no hard knockdown. This is a little variable situation. You already see immediately Minion challenging forward with the 2S, but Falsifier taking a little safer approach. Now on set point, both players burst to their name.
Okay, cool, nice. We're already looking very solid for both aspects, right? Spending the burst early. Oh, this is a good hit. Gets the knockdown and is able to get the resources back just in time as well before Minion can get started.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it was a bit too costly of a routing there, because they had to use the Wild Assault to safely focus up, and it's already costing them plenty still. Have to get the burst back, 3 bullets in the chamber, full focus, some tension to work with, but that burst should get out. Yeah.
That burst was clutch. They needed that. They're gonna spend that meter to get that focus. Does get the shimmy as well. Trying to bait the burst again. They've been greedy with these burst baits all tournament long actually. Now that I think about it.
Sometimes in these situations, you really need the burst bait to just solidly end the game. And in this situation, like, it was low on bullets, so it was really shaky. Like, how long can you run these combos before you get the knockdown? There's still the option for OTG burst and whatnot. And in that final spot, just jumping up twice, and you saw Minion immediately run underneath like a hungry shark, ready for that 6P.
I get it, like a hungry shark, because we have a shark in the kit.
Well, they used to have a shark in the kit.
I mean, technically, we still do. Amorphous does count.
Fair, yeah, that's where the shark went. Oh yeah, and the command grab. But no, he just had good old release heavy slash on Eddie, which is just shark, sends up the shark, and that's a big starter if you tech into it.
Oh, especially. But we are in Game 5 situation, and I think I've never been more excited to be commentating Game 5. It's definitely a fun time to be a commentator for me.
Absolutely, I would hate to be in either one's position playing in his matchups, but here it is, Minion starting off nice and aggressive, and Falsifier doesn't want to see that wall being broken. Well, up to burst, tries to Elden Ring mix, but Minion just backdashes away, keeping him on the same side.
Tries to use the Souls movement for their advantage, but Minion is wise to it and is definitely a connoisseur themselves. Is going to take that first round and is on set point to possibly put out Falsifier, who is on a very great run today.
Yeah, but run is looking to come to an end here, as Minion is not giving up any space just yet. Already has done plenty of damage sitting on that set point, just patiently waiting it out, trying to get the Eddie back. Backs away, using the RC slowdown to just absolutely guarantee the distance.
They're trying to play such an aggressive anti-poking playstyle. That A.B.A 2S is showing that in gusto, but this is not looking too good. Does avoid the setup off of the oppose, but they are going to reset into this position, and they get hit post-wall. They get hit post-reset.
Yeah, I don't think Falsifier was quite ready for that to actually hit to them. Probably hoping like, oh yeah, that was a missed time. And there's the tap dust into the 5P. Not true, but just decides to like, you know what, we'll see what happens here. And Minion is going to take it 3-2 over Falsifier. So a very good showing from Falsifier nevertheless, right? Making it into top 4 is no small feat. But
especially given the state of this tournament, right? Like, this is one of the biggest EU tournaments, especially in the online scene. You always have the biggest names here, coming to blows against one another, and to make it this far against some of the competition, this top 8 in particular that I've gotten to commentate was immensely stiff. So to make it this far against some of the players they've had to run against in this bracket, oh yeah, you could definitely stand proud knowing that you made it this far.
I got instantly hit with the Akira Flash meme of when you said stand proud, just Sukuna saying stand proud. You were strong.
You're strong. Stand ready on my arrival, worm. Wow. All right, here we go. Losers side finals, Minion versus PataChu.
Yeah, so we've mentioned it before. I believe PataChu did. Oh no, it was PataChu that sent Minion down. I was wondering, who was thought of that PataChu play again? No, it was Minion, and we did see the interactions indeed, where you have these DPs, you have these long normals to just both hit Zato and Eddie, and that just puts him in a really bad spot, damage-wise, pressure-wise. Overall gameplay is going to suffer.
Oh yeah, for sure. But if there's anybody that could definitely make things go round, I mean, you're looking right at them, right? They've had to fight tooth and nail for everything they've won here, and to put it bluntly, right? They have been on quite the workhorse run so far through the loser side.
There is an excellently well-placed anti-air from PataChu, instantly going into the RTL to convert into the wall break. Has 2 bars of stamina to play with, goes underneath them, trying to PRC, close slash, able to find them on the other side, trying to orient them as close as possible to the wall. But it is going to be Minion dragging PataChu to the other side. Hero burst. Okay. Yeah,
PataChu is really banking it all, trying to take away any sort of momentum from Minion, but it ends up benefiting them instead. Minion just takes the round, and best part about it is that there's no resource available as a lifeline for PataChu lest a counter hit come through.
Yeah, at the moment though, starting out the pressure, nice. It is though Minion that flies right over, chucks him out, pushes him to the side. JK is going to land and go straight into the tire barrel. That's going to be the hard knockdown. Has a good amount of stamina to play with, and the positive meter bonus is only going to get that 50 tension back sooner.
Does play around like a fish on deck, but is still pushing forward, trying to find an opener, and this is exactly what I was talking about. No burst on deck leaves you victim to your own demise with no resources available to you. This is a very fantastic thing, but look at the resource deficit by comparison.
Yeah, and already it's being cashed out, and that's the round for PataChu. And going into the final round of game 1, we have both players basically with their burst available, right? PataChu just a few interactions and that's back on the table. Who really lost out in the end.
Yeah, both players with bursts on the table. You've got to be careful. You can't afford a singular interaction to go against you, lest the opening game be led with a terrible negative to your name.
Yeah, and there it is. Hogbaker coming out, but luckily Eddie wasn't on the table yet, so still to run this Eddie pressure has gone away. Blue RC to try and extend as much as possible, take to the skies, going for a fancy Eddie-less combo.
Getting as much damage as you can without Eddie is a very telltale sign that you know what you're doing outside of Eddie gauge, which is very pivotal to you. Does get the crossover, so the positional advantage is firmly on the side of Minion, but that RTL might be enough to actually get the wall break. No, it misses!
That is not what you want to see, and it's going to cost him immediately the first game. Wow, I haven't seen that RTL drop out from PataChu ever since I've been seeing his game, so major surprise that occurred there. I basically missed what was the deciding factor for why the RTL did or did not connect. I'm wondering if it was a slight delay or just genuinely an all-around awkward extension.
Honestly, whatever the case may be, like Minion was quick to the trigger, made the recognition immediately, and was quick to get the punish and the setup ready. This is the kind of thing that you've got to be wary of as a player, is when Lady Luck gives you a lemon, you've got to make good on your chances with whatever it gives you. And believe me, that is not going to happen often. So you got to take what you can get and do the best you can with it. And we're going to see a character switch from PataChu. I definitely think that the pressure is starting to mount a little bit for our old boy.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that because we did see PataChu send Minion down to loser side with the Sin, so to now decide to swap, might have seen sort of visions of the future, like, oh, this Minion dude had a crazy loser side run. I better keep my ass inside.
I think the big thing about this is just the fact that I believe that in this situation, given that there is very little that Zato can really use to represent any counterplay, that disincentivizes the lockdown from the Rekka. I think this might be the choice needed to be able to get that going. But the neutral game does suffer a bit, as the first round is almost a clean drive-by by Minion.
Yeah, I already saw straight away. Elfella being a lot more projectile-oriented as a character means that the Drunkard Shade from Zato is going to find a lot more value, but here are the mix-ups. That's currently Minion isn't having the greatest time blocking. He's going to be suffering a wall break, but no hard knockdown to play for. Still gunshot opposed, trying to cover a little bit of space, clashing. We can see the patience to keep away from PataChu still. Minion able to navigate closer and closer, put him in the corner, and the bait on the anti-air. Very nice stuff.
Yeah, not having that meterless reversal on deck is going to be a little bit troublesome for them, but PataChu is definitely no stranger to these situations. But Minion is looking very confident by comparison into the set, given that their attitudes between Sin to Elfel are very, very obvious now.
Yeah, 6P anti-air going to connect, no further pickup, but oh, that was foul. Still, PataChu one game away from tying it up, whereas Minion in the same boat, one game away from extending the lead some further. Does find a quick pickup. Leapfrog isn't going to connect just yet, but still has him trapped in the corner for the time being.
The lockdown is immense. We're seeing a lot of openers from PataChu being closed out. Minion is really doing a fantastic job of making PataChu twitch a little bit. Does block the tap dust, but doesn't block the low post-reset.
Cool combo. Unfortunately, can't quite close it out just yet. Sun Void gets the Eddie back on the field. Here's the mix, and the late overhead is going to come out, and Minion is going to seal it quite comfortably in this final round, taking the second game. So 1 away.
Yeah, the character switch, despite the early positivity with the Rekka built-in mix, right? Then I would imagine that would be the biggest reason why you would choose an Elfelt for the situation, right? It's just the fact that Zato would have a difficult time dealing with built-in mix that loops itself if you use the S starter. It just isn't working out, and you have to scratch your head a little bit and question why the character switch in this matchup.
Sometimes it's a matter of comfort that I've seen out of PataChu, because you could theoretically look at, like you said, like, hey, this might not be strictly the superior matchup, but some people genuinely go into some of these matches when they have 2 characters fully down on lock and just decide it feels good. It just feels better. Can't really pinpoint why. Does see all the evidence stacked against the choice, but just says, like, you know what, it feels right. And then so long as they win, you know, can you blame them?
I mean, you can't. I mean, if it wins, it's a good choice. If they lose, it's questioned. So it's you damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, because then people start looking at you as like, oh, it was just gap. It was just gap, which, you know, it can be. But PataChu just leaving the room now, so that's definitely a third option you can do in the matchup.
Just the alt F4.
It says, like, you know what, we're good. I'm out. We'll see. I probably just strive Earth stuff.
It most likely was Strive Earth. I'm taking a look in the stream matches right now, and Minion is getting ready to communicate. I guess I'm not exactly sure what's going on.
Yeah, so we'll just wait on them. Well, actually, we'll have to wait because there are no other games we can turn to. We need the winner of this to face off against Tiger Pop in the grand finals. We need this
for sure. I mean, and we kind of want this too, because we're at the pivotal end. This is an entertaining set. I want to keep seeing how this is gonna unfold, you know, because the winner of this does go to grand finals, and we're gonna see quite a lot going down. It's 2-0, yes. It is 2-0.
It's 2-0. 2-0 for Minion.
Can we get exclamation stoned again?
Yeah.
Exclamation point stoned.
I still consider that you're stoned because you weren't paying attention. Tisk. But yeah, PataChu just disappearing off the face of the planet, it would seem, for the time being.
I can possibly look at their look to see if they're still online. So let me check. They are still online. I still see a message. I still see the little lit up emblem or icon. So they definitely still are online. Maybe it was an internet thing.
Yeah, fair. Commentaries. What are your opinion on DMC Devil May Cry? What the Ninja Theory game?
Okay. Yeah, are you talking about the Ninja Theory game, or are you talking about the Ninja Theory game, or are you talking about Adi Shankar's creation, or what are you talking about? It's not even his creation. He didn't even make it. He just put his name on it.
He's the visionary.
Like he didn't actually do anything. He just put money into it, and that's it. And then he was given executive producer.
Yeah, full disclosure, I haven't really played that game, but from what I understand, talking to people who have, it's a decent game. The action is good. The weapon design is a bit weird in the sense that they went for silver bullet game design for some reason, where angel weapons deal damage to demons and demon weapons deal damage to angels, but can't really combine them. So it does limit your, you can use them in the combo, but it doesn't really work. So it's kind of clunky there, as well as a bit of an interesting interpretation of each of the characters. Like they went this one route where I was like, oh, this is kind of a bummer with what they did, but I could see kind of the vision. But if you look at one of the early teaser trailers, I think if Ninja Theory just made all the characters British, just made it take place in England, it would have been a banger.
I think the fact that it was called Devil May Cry probably was what pissed fans off the most. If they didn't call it Devil May Cry, pretty cool game. But the fact that they incentivized that it was Devil May Cry, and then also prefaced in the opening scene where Dante, as people like to call it, had the wig and the red and the jacket, and all of it, and it was like not a chance in hell.
Yeah,
and
not a million years.
Basically, spat in the face of OG fans. And I feel like Devil May Cry fans, I feel like DMC. We're at a time where DMC Devil May Cry by Ninja Theory is not the worst thing to happen to Devil May Cry fans.
Yeah, I think it being called DMC wasn't entirely the issue. It was a bit of like it went both ways. Like DMC fans kind of grossly overreacted, and equally so Ninja Theory, at least I think like the creative director behind it, was also pretty aggressive in his response towards DMC fans, which prompted things like they're making out some really aggressive statements about the direction of the series and also implementing the not in a million years Dante thing. Whereas if it was just like they kept to their own vision, they kept to their concept and didn't decide to like engage in the fan rage, they will have of course released something that not a lot of people will be happy, because where are my beloved character? Where's Dante? Where's Ladies? Where's Trish? Where's Nero? Where's Virgil? Right? Who are these characters that they're introducing now? But it could have stood itself on its own, right? Like you'll have people that are angry, but oh, PataChu just left because apparently he thought it was over.
Oh, he thought the set was over?
No, it was 0-2.
It's 0-2.
Yeah.
Bro, PataChu is so unserious here. Like, I swear to God. Oh, man, you'll have to see it. But back to the DMC talk before they come back. So, I think it was funny because, like, there was a time, right? We were talking about Redditors. Virgil, you know when he had the sniper rifle? He originally had a fedora and then they removed it.
Oh God.
Yeah, when he sniped Mundus's baby mama, he
Yeah,
had a fedora
yeah.
on.
Oh my God, he was an actual Redditor.
He was an actual Redditor.
There's one scene. There's one scene in that game that is sort of like the vision of what I could have seen was pretty cool. Was his whole interaction with the succubus. That shit is like actual like a cool idea of Dante, just some guy that just generally gets under the skin of each demon and just opens up with like, who are you? I'm your prom date, you ugly sack of shit.
Yeah, that was so funny. And then just the line of like Dante's banter. There's no like wacky wahoo. It's just fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, but that's what was so cool, is like just to get a demon to just shout insults back at you. It's like, yeah, masterful work, Mr. Dante.
To be fair, Dante probably has more dialogue depth than current Lady.
Fair, yeah.
Where Lady literally cusses for every word. Every other word is a fuck.
Yeah, I mean the whole like retelling of the origin of Sparta. It's just like the Cliff Notes version laced with just cuss words. What were they cooking?
I think what makes this so much funnier is that the Devil May Cry anime, if you can even call it that, they have Limp Bizkit as their opener. When the Evanescence track is really good, that one's actually really good. But then they have Asmund Gold in the anime, like actually.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like I see Adi tweeting about him, and I'm not sure if he's like mocking him or a fan of him.
No, he's full on. This is full on like Elon Musk glazing. Like, bro is meat writing.
Yeah, fair. It's a bizarre thing, and so I was very happy, air quotes, when I got to see the tweet this morning from Adi Shankar posting my beloved game franchise's logo. I don't want this.
When you put BlazBlue, bro, I showed a friend of mine. He's a longtime BlazBlue fan. He's like in his 30s, and I told him about it. He's like, bro, please God no. But if this is the reason why BlazBlue gets a new game, so be it. I'm like, brother, we're so cooked.
I'm just in fear. I genuinely don't want another game. But finally, enough of the DMC talk. We're gonna go focus on some different type of combos, as PataChu is back from his extended hiatus of assuming that it was a 3-0, back on to the Sin. Now the Alfeld pick midway kind of makes sense, because he typically does that as like the final game Hail Mary, but oopsie.
This only reinforces the fact that Strive players are not well educated. Like, Jesus, man, we can't read, we can't count. He plays Sin so much he probably really can't count.
Just learning by osmosis, like, oh yeah, it's not that I know math, it's just that I know the sequence. Surely 4 comes after 2.
All right, here we go. Game 3 this time, like for real, and PataChu back on the comfort character.
And Wild Assault keeps it going.
I mean, he definitely had a long. He had a long time to refresh, so this is definitely par for the course. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is definitely a conversation to be had about icing out your opponent by mistakenly assuming that you had lost the set, taking a minute to just goof off for a bit and just rewind.
Honestly, that meant him being gone probably gave him more of a mental refresh than anything, because my god, what a dominant round. I think Minion might have got locked out because of the fact that they haven't been pressing buttons.
Yeah, and also just like super warmed up, super in tune, and now just having to like rewind a bit. But okay, here we go. Okay, starter here so far, gets the knockdown. Interesting clash. Good awareness for PataChu to be able to clash cancel that.
It was especially good awareness on Minions to not flinch despite that, and just making counter adjustments based on what they just saw. Nice, able to get the kill confirm as well, moving on into the losers possible point to get to grand finals.
Yeah, Minion looking to not be dissuaded by the setback of delays. Still, burst is available for PataChu. A little ways from Minion, just decides to back away, knows that PataChu is ready. Trying to go for the air-to-air fish. Nice XP, quick confirm, push him all the way to the corner. Wild Assault extends the damage some more. Tyrant barrel for that knockdown, and Minion not doing too hot at the moment.
Minion is a little bit rocky right now. Does use the burst to try and give themselves a little bit of space so that way they can reassess themselves using a post to control space, but PataChu plays around it well. But Nice gets the knockdown, able to set themselves up for a good situation, but PataChu fights back.
Ooh, and there's the YRC beta, but the beat driver not quite connecting. Patience here from Minion, knows they can't be too overzealous in approaches, but man, look at PataChu just hungrily trying to push him back down, and takes one game. I guess, you know, if you can take away anything about learning Sin, is that when you play this character in tournament, just get up for like 5 minutes, leave the venue, and then your opponent's like, where did my opponent go? And then you just come back, it's like, oh wait, we weren't done yet? Sorry, my fault, let's keep going. And then successfully reset them.
We're just gonna have to call that the PataChu tech, bro. Like just excuse me, bro.
Excuse me, I just leaves.
Excuse me, bro. Like that's what we're gonna call it, the excuse me.
Maybe, but the bait is baiting me.
No. You know what? The PataChu, bro, because he's shooing off to in the next game.
Yeah, shooing back off to his. But he plays this really cool rhythm game. Kind of funky. Here we go. Game number 4. Of course, you know, in spite of the 2-0 loss and going to Elfeld initially, he is locked to Sin right now.
Oh, he's definitely locked. There's nothing else you can do. Like, what better way to get locked out of a character selected than picking the character that's taken you as far as you've gone?
Yeah, absolutely, but good start here for Minion. Half health god. Goes for the Sun Void, so gets a knockdown and the Eddie refund. Slowly but surely pushing towards the corner, the patience, but unfortunately gets opened up, the invisible low coming out, and again, another Sun Void, another knockdown, and another rotation of Eddie pressure.
Baits the burst, no, not baits the burst, baits the DP, but doesn't really get a punish off. Trying to utilize that IBFD, but again, it didn't really amount to anything.
Yeah, the pressure now. Guard crush, but patience here from Minion does find the jump in. Eddie is on the table, is able to be safely deployed. Invite Hell, leapfrog, not able to catch from behind, but the punches are coming out. Tap Dust is blocked, and here is the response from PataChu. Using the RTL to push him all the way to the other side, hanging on to that 50 meter for the wall break, and sitting about, well, at least one stamina bar to play with, and the other one coming up very shortly.
Burst on deck, doesn't get enough to get the kill, just too far away. They need that lifeline. Baits the burst now, and PataChu is looking really strong right now after post shoe time.
Hong shoe time. Here we go, Minion trying to push on forward, slowly but surely. Drag him into the corner, and there it is, the command grab. A little bit of damage on the table, full refund on that Eddie gauge. So what's the next mix? Baits out the DP, and goes for the absolute guaranteed punish. Nothing too fancy.
Nothing too fancy. You definitely don't want to be overzealous like you mentioned. Just want to get the damage off where you can and really get yourself in a comfortable position. And Minion is definitely not there yet. The DP gets the additional hit stop because they hit the Eddie.
Yeah. Minion's minion. Trying to jump in, slow down, 5p anti-air, very nicely done. Dragging back to the other side of the screen. Opting to just burst here, wants to play with this tension that they have available, as well as, you know, some of the life that they have that they would lose. But still, oh my goodness, the shimmy, able to bait out the throw, nice. Doesn't quite splat them against the wall, but still, this is looking mighty disastrous for Minion, as it is another game going towards PataChu.
We might actually get the run back set after the honk shoe time. I'm not gonna lie, this is looking fantastic. It's a whole different PataChu compared to the first 2 games.
I'm not entirely sure what to make of this because, on one hand, right, it's the grace of the TO and all-around patience for Minion to be like, where'd he go? Let's keep the match running. But at the same time, it's kind of just like, bro, you left, my momentum, it gone. So I hope that Minion can still recover because they were well on their way to just close it out.
Yeah, I think him realizing that, oh, I have plenty, like, oh, I'm still in the game. Oh well, my fault, G, and comes back like with a fresh mind, you know, like you feel the disappointment of loss, and then you realize, oh, I'm still in this, and all of a sudden a newfound hope comes through.
Hope that Minion so carefully tried to crush, or probably had crushed.
I mean, the Elfeld pick definitely is a sign that it did. I mean, them going back to, like, Sin really shows that, oh yeah, I'm still definitely in this.
So here we go, final game between these two. One can only move forward to the grand finals, and already we see PataChu start off nicely. Early burst off the OTG, doesn't want to deal with the corner pressure.
Okay, he does burst on deck, and both these players working with none of that now, but the corner is firmly Minions now. It's PataChu who puts himself in the corner. This is a bad way to be.
Finally finds the opening, but unfortunately no Eddie Gage to get any extended combo, and immediately that's the DP R.E.V. trying to chase him down. Minion looking to build any sort of space between these two, looking for a careful approach, baits out the anti-air, and there is Eddie back. That's the mix going to be patient so far. PataChu able to block these out, but the Sun Void, let's go again. DP whiffs, and still they get the Eddie Gage in spite of the Sun Void not connecting.
Can we just talk about PataChu's defense? Like, my god, they have been doing such amazing work to defend against a majority of these offensive sequences that Minion has represented.
Absolutely, and unfortunately Minion can't quite match that, as just the raw overhead is going to connect, and PataChu swinging it all the way back is now on set point here. Both players pretty close to their burst, Minion just slightly closer. And already we see the offense coming out here for PataChu, denying them the air approach. 2P mash out, quick check. 6P is going to be blocked, but still hasn't had much success escaping this corner just yet.
I mean, we're seeing a lot of trying to maneuver the skies, and Minion is not having a good time at all. Like, PataChu has been more precise with killing Eddie, and then there's also the fact that Minion is just being caught by these stray 6Ps to keep them from going into the skies. This time successful, but it's not looking too great for Minion at the moment. The momentum has firmly swung out of their favor.
Eddie has departed, does have that 50 meter, but bam, big old far slash counter hit. Gets the full pickup, Hawk Baker splat against the wall into the Tyrant Barrel. And that is all PataChu wrote. Takes it 3-2 to move on to grand finals on the loser side after taking a quick nap mid-set.
I would be pissed if I was Minion. I'm not gonna lie to you. As a commentator, as a commentator and as a competitor, I would be pissed.
It's up to the decision really of Minion to look at this, look at that, because if you encounter this, right, like it's gonna be connection issues, or just like overall the quality of the game is not going well, or maybe like just some rough tournament occurrences. You can voice these complaints, right, rather than internalizing and being like, oh, we just gotta go next. But Minion was after that competitive spirit, and just wanted to play these out. So I have huge respect in spite of like the icing out. Just said like, you know what, it is what it is. Sometimes people make mistakes, they goof up, they don't quite count these matches out, and they make assumptions and leave, and we will forgive them and move on. So kudos to Minion for just taking it on the chin and unfortunately getting his shit run back on.
I mean, again, you can never be too, like, as angry as you could possibly be because of the momentum switch, right? Like, see, I'd be mad if it was a connection thing, but like considering it's a situation of player misconception or miscommunication, like, you can only be like, okay, I mean, I guess that's fair. As a TO, you want to make sure like, hey, dude, do you want to keep going or are you backing out? Like, what's going on? Right? You got to make these things transparent. Transparency is key. If there's no issues whatsoever, then there should be no issues to bring them back into the set unless they themselves forfeit, in which case PataChu did it. But enough about that. Congratulations for making it so far, but PataChu and Tiger, we're going to get the run back from winners finals.
Yeah, so here it is again on the A.B.A. No chance of seeing the Happy Chaos coming out from Tiger Pop. So see if the momentum is just as good, because Tiger Pop being in the winner's side means he only has to win 3 compared to the 6 that PataChu has to get through.
But damned if he doesn't make a difference. The fact that he had such a good mental refresh given the state of how the set went with their previous opponent, and my God. That opener is as good as it comes.
Absolutely. Just taking it a little slow here. There is no Jealousy Rage on the side of Tiger Pop, but does find the opening, able to get a quick install. Not the most amount, and wow, the blue RC setting up for the punish here. Able to drag them as close as possible to the corner, extending this combo as much as they can. No wall splat, still in a very strong position.
Wanting to save up as much of that resource as possible. Any sort of stamina available to them is a fantastic resource to have on deck. And already full stamina with 50 meter on deck is always going to be a fantastic way to get things through. An RTL? We're going to go to the other side. Oh my God. That was OD. That was actually kind of smart.
Yeah, absolutely. Just genius brain move. Go through the Danzai as like, you know what, we ain't done yet. Hello.
EU is such a very fun region. There's always some archaic tech that I have not seen yet.
I mean, shout out to NA too. I just see the TNS top 8 drop and suddenly I see Kai in top 2. I'm like, whoa.
That's my region.
You're doing good out there. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, they just died.
Yep, just instantly confirming the overhead straight into the tyrant barrel. No Johns, just goes next game as soon as possible.
I'm reading the chat right now. I'm reading Jonesy, you're so real for that. The gotcha summon dub. Bro was down 0-2, thought it was 0-3, left, was summoned back, and he won.
El-Maza grappling his head off. Yeah, I mean, actually need to sit down and see one of these El-Maza sets, because I'm just like, Kai, from what I understand, decent character, but boring as hell.
El-Maza makes that character work in a way that no other Kai can do it. And like El-Maza, and I gotta take a little bit of pride. I'm not native to the country, but having a Mexican Kai is always cool.
El Kai. Here we go, back to the EU side of business. Tiger Pop keeping PataChu locked in his corner, able to find another opening. Still very low on the Jealousy Rage gauge, and immediately we see PataChu trying to challenge out, bust out from that situation, send him full screen, says, yeah, let's see you crawl over here.
Alright, smart guy, let's see you play neutral when you don't have resources.
It's so sad.
It's sad until you realize what happens when you actually can play the resource more. Just watching this poor mentally ill woman drag her husband.
It's like, we'll get there, and then suddenly installs, oh great heavens!
Oh great heavens, here we go! What a starter.
Just like that, I'm dead. Who could have seen that coming? Oh wait, one more chance, YRC, get off me, forcefully deinstall. Stagger pressure, and yeah, just the brave 2P mash there from Tiger Pop.
Brave? That shit is 4 frames. What are you talking about, Brave?
Yeah, Brave. Could have fucked up. Could have gone a trade gone awry.
This is Tiger Pop we're talking about. There was definitely a lot of incentive from him to do it.
Fair enough.
Tiger Pop is a man of deranged taste, but he is a man with methods.
The Method Man.
Shuckable.
There we go. Get right back in there. Push him all the way to the other side. So look at the resources for PataChu to play with.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's got a lot of toys in his department to be able to play with. Not going to use the RTL like last time, but this time he will!
If you speak.
I love watching PataChu. Every time I get to commentate, it's just a deranged man playing a game that is unlike what we're seeing.
Surely he won't. Oh my goodness, he did.
But he did!
But then he did.
He's just like, he was playing neutral until he wasn't.
Until he wanted this Tiger Pop character gone. That's a round apiece to both. PataChu here looking to extend the lead some more. Make it a quick reset if possible.
I want the reset. If you give me anything, PataChu, you're giving me a lot of entertainment. I feel like a fat royal just rubbing his belly with a drumstick. Yes, entertain me, child.
Lovely, but still Tiger Pop has to look out for his own well-being, and you know, he'd much rather not see this go to another set for terms of time, exhaustion, and all around just the vibe. Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. I was about to say, there's no way that isn't a punish. Hero burst on deck, you gotta do it. Eat a little bit. No jealousy on deck aside from that intertwined tilt.
Oh!
That's beautiful. That is, I love BRC. I love BRC sometimes. Oh, nice catch with the close slash. The proximity just activated right at the range needed, but doesn't cash out into a Tyrant Barrel.
And I've not been quite ready for that wall break, and there it is. The key slam as Tiger Pop is able to take one game to his own name. So it's one apiece at the moment, but still very, very close. So it can kind of go either player's direction.
And I have another!
Another game.
I feel like I do. I don't know. Like, the only other time I ever feel like that whenever I'm doing anything is when I'm watching that one gender ambiguous mime on Twitter. Forget their name. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, you're real. Forget their name. No, they're an actual mime. Like, they have like a whole jester's mask and they wear a fit. It's very, very cool, man. I think if anybody knows it, you're real. I don't remember the name.
Okay, well, that's the bounty that's running at the moment. Anybody who knows what the hell Sir Cap was talking about, please validate.
I will donate $5. I would donate $10 to the pod if you guys can get the name. Gen Alphas, I'm 25. Shut up.
It's bleak.
Don't you give me that. Don't you dare. I'm on commentary. I don't care, man. Let me have this. I'm autistic, bro. Let me have my autistic taste.
There it is. Already an aggressive opening from PataChu. Burst is no longer on the table for Tiger Pop, and yeah, no, I don't think it has enough health to try and make this comeback. Though it is ticking up thanks to being on that low health state. The longer he can make this run, the more to his benefit this goes.
The damage output from A.B.A cannot be understated. Just because you have the life lead does not mean that it'll last very long. But again, PataChu definitely has a character who can match that. And that damage output is enough to be able to get the kill necessary for the first round in Game 3 to get moving in his favor.
Alrighty, so very strong start. Tries the anti-air, but good navigation there from Tiger Pop. Just yet sends the overhead. Should be splatting up against the wall just as soon. And uninstalled, reinstalled. Look at the Jesse Rage Gauge to play with. Unfortunately, no hard knockdown, but still, you're in a really good spot.
Oh, somebody has it. Somebody has it. It's Patriska or Patriska. There we go. I'm donating it right now. Hold on.
Oh, while he's donating, PataChu is getting absolutely his shit fuzzied, as that is going to be a quick round going to Tiger Pop. So now both players in the spot here to take the lead over the other in the set.
You know what? I have a better idea. I'll PayPal the winner.
Okay.
Here we go. Nicely done. And PataChu there gets the big opener, is going to go to the other side. Gets the Oki. Not enough stamina, but just outside of it. No punish. Just trying to control the space, making Tiger flinch just a little bit.
And just pushing it back, catching these back dashes. Looking a little disastrous as the RC is going to be extending the damage some more. Does get the key grab wall break. That will also be a full Jesse Rage Gauge to play with, but unfortunately no hard knockdown. Immediately we see the BRC forward there from PataChu trying to catch out options. Good blocks on the fuzzy. Finds the 5/ challenge, but no further confirmed. Using a stamina gauge to keep the pressure up, but it's given over to Tiger Pop, who's expending his own resources. And there is the throw install. Oh, doesn't need it.
Ooh, Tiger Pop is throwing all the tricks that he has in his book to be able to take out one of the strongest in this tournament series, and it is looking really dire for PataChu at the moment. They're playing a fantastic game, but Tiger Pop is just sneakily getting these interactions in their favor.
Playing a fantastic game, but Tiger Pop is playing a fantasticer game. Sometimes it's as simple as that.
The fantastic Mr. Fox.
I didn't get that movie.
You didn't watch that movie?
Nope.
All right, chat. You have homework tonight. Next time I come into the comms, I want to hear a summary and a great review of that fantastic Mr. Fox. Please.
I think I'm gonna watch Dark of the Moon instead.
God damn it!
I don't want to see Giant Robot Punch. Wait, hold on. Oh, my.
Hold on. PataChu might be onto something.
Yo, the Steam remote play? No way, man.
Not the Steam remote play. Nice. Blocks the defense. Great stuff, but allows the reset to go through, and Tiger Pop is now running rampant.
Looking for an opportunity to just find an opening, but no, Tiger Pop not letting up anything. Pixel health here to try and make it happen. Sends in the stun dipper. Let's go.
Nice IB, but catches Tiger Pop just in time before they can utilize that punish necessary. I just realized something. PataChu really did the equivalent of calling your dad to come fight your battles.
Yeah, this crazy woman with a key husband is being mean.
Dad, this mentally ill woman with a key is beating my ass. Can you help me, please?
Ooh, I don't know about this one, son. He's retired and happily married. I don't think he's built for these current new gen fighters.
I don't think new gen. This woman's been around for a while now.
True.
He's known these streets. Ooh, gets the Fuji arc, but no confirm. Nice IB, gets the back throw. Might be enough to kill if they can route this.
That IB was crazy, actually. Through the uninstall, just having that IB ready to go.
Nice, gets the back throw, now sets up this situation.
Whoa.
Oh, they're just here for the show.
Fair enough.
They're just here for the fun of it.
You know, we tried it. I'm surprised they go for the Dragon install there of all things, but it is what it is, and Tiger Pop is going to be this week's champion, taking it 3-1 over PataChu. Quite the excellent run indeed from all players involved here. Also, we're seeing some really cool names showing up as well, so definitely, you know, guilty as strive. 4 years in, hashtag not dead yet.
I mean, I think what's funnier is that there has been, in the span of 4 years, multiple quote-unquote strive killers. Mm-hmm. But we have there have been multiple strive killers, but there have not been many who could actually kill the game's momentum. I think the only thing that's really killing it is its own game. But suffice it to say, players of so much caliber have come and gone from this game's life cycle, and to see so much talent and so much like quality from many regions as well, right? Especially from the EU EMEA side, I've been exposed to it for about a year now. It's always an entertaining, thrill-seeking ride, to say the least.
Certainly, it's definitely been a pleasure since the one time I happened to just hop in because there was no exit on Tuesday, so I said, you know what, I'll throw my hat in the Strive ringer, and I've been here every week since.
I mean, here we are. It's been an absolute wild time, and this has been an absolute thrill ride, to say the least. But I am very excited to continue to commentate for this game well into its years and do the best I can to entertain you guys, as I usually try to. And overall, it's been a pleasure. I have had so much fun trying to get into the scene and trying to commentate, and being back on SaltyEU to commentate whenever I can. Very fun time. Couldn't be happier, especially with Ice and Yuckers involved.
Only overall, not like. So it's also been bad, is what you're saying, huh? I don't believe it. Big fan. Big fan.
Ice, you called me a Gen Alpha. Don't you start with me.
I mean,
I'm 25. 25 is still young.
I mean, 25 is pretty much an alpha, right? Like, let's be real. You young people, your skibbity toilets.
Male,
you know.
Shut up. You know what's crazy? Skibbity Toilet is older than most of the people who watch it.
Who?
Yeah, that's fine. You know, it's like if you just want to glaze Ghibli toilet all day, you know, you want to aura farm, that's okay. But here on this stream, we are all wristless, and you know, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Speak for yourself. How dare you?
10 hours. Alright. Do you guys want to share anything before we hop off? Before we skip
Yeah, it's
that?
time to put Sir Kappa through the recent little tradition we're running, which will end after this week. So if you would please bring up the graphic, Mr. Ice.
So I'm really good, and that means all my things are named image 6, 10, image 8, image 9, and I have like, because you change images every time, I have like 20 images in my OBS now.
Oh, you're
Give me
welcome.
1 sec to press every single
You can
single
delete
thing to
them. I'm not
find
going to go back to any of them.
Wait, where?
5 booms for Tiger's performance
There
is
we go.
really funny.
There we go. There it is. Oh no.
What is it? Where is it?
It should be on stream in a bit. Oh, there it is. Yeah, get us out of the way real quick. All right, there you go. So,
You got
2-day event in the Netherlands. It's gonna sign-ups are closing on Wednesday, so if anybody still wants to pull up, definitely check it out. We will have some Strive streaming action going on, so tune in for that if you can't make it. Sir Kappa, if you would please read out the venue name. Where will we be located?
Utrecht?
No, above that, the hard words.
Oh. Boerstraat 107, I think Billion 107. Stichting District.
You had a pretty good run there. Stichting Dijkzicht.
Dijkzicht. Okay, so it was Dijkzicht. So I was on the path. I just didn't have it.
Make sure to say the K. Dijkzicht.
Dijkzicht.
There you go. Yeah, welcome to Speaking Dutch 101. We get you filtered out by one word alone. The G is awesome. But yes.
That's crazy.
19th to 20th, Zero Fundamentals 2-day event. We're going to try and make it a banger, and hopefully we can do some more of these in the future. And then other than that, Brussels Challenge coming up. And then after that, Head Stomper. And I think, was it VS Fighting got recently announced too? And also UFA just did a funny wave emote on their Twitter. So the tournament season is fully back into swing, I believe.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, make sure you check out Head Stomper. Again, we got a bunch of players, but not that many for Guilty Gear Strive right now. You know, we are going to sponsor some players, of course, with Salty. So they're going to get the hotel sponsored. They're going to get the ticket sponsored, stuff like that. And get a nice little cool shirt, maybe even. Yeah, better go sign up. If you look at right now, if you go to Head Stomper right here, you know, you can see it's in Malmö, Sweden, from 13th May to the 1st of June. We got a ton of cool events: Street Fighter, Tekken, Guilty Gear Strive, Grand Blue, Fatal Fury. There's free ice cream at the event, chat. Free ice cream. I can't believe it. You gotta sign up. We also got side events. You know, we got a mystery game tournament already full because it's based. We got BBCF, we got Under Night 2, we got Gear Xrd Rev 2, Third Strike, and we even got Skullgirls. Can't believe it. You can even tell Jonesy to his face that Nero is cringe. If you want. Can't believe he actually likes Nero. That's so wild to me.
You guys have cranium females? No way.
We have all kind of things over here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, for Strive right now, well, dude, I wish you gotta install a separate filter, by the way, if you want to have a dark mode for StartGG. Is crazy. If you look at right now for Guilty Gear Strive, it's there. We got 47 people so far. You know, if we could get to around 100, that would be pretty hype. That's my goal. We got, you know, Mastodon in there. You know, my boy Bassum, Marissa, Lohi, Altinid. There Talas, often and Salty. You know, we got Anatonio, legend. Facebreaker as well. Agalia is here. And then on the second page here, we got David BSS, Super. We got Scarfelt is going. Okay. We got Cryos going. Yeah, let's go. Orochi's there. Wrestle's there. Okay. See, Salty is there. Doritooo. We saw Doritooo on stream. Probably going to be on stream as well, since, you know, I'm running the Strive part of things here. So I assume I'll accidentally put them on stream a lot as well. you know, so many good players here. So definitely check it out, or else. Apart from that, we're actually up to date with our YouTube stuff finally. So that means you can watch all the recent Guilty Gear Strive stuff on our YouTube already. We're fully caught up, and this also means that this VOD will be on YouTube in the next couple of days, give or take. So definitely very good place if you want to steal some cool Sin tech, some A.B.A tech, whatever. Very nice, you know, place to check out. There's so many tournaments there, 133 now. Yeah, sure check that out. And you have anything before I leave? Any of you?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me stepping into the fray. So, given the fact that I have been in the moving process, I haven't been able to do a lot as of lately. But in terms of what I can do as a commentator and as a TO and whatever I can do, right? Your boy is still working with YoKai very closely. I mean, if you guys are interested in running more, like running into events, bracketing running or whatever, or just coming in to compete, right? YoKai is definitely open to having more entrants and having many of you join if you would like to. So tomorrow at, I believe, 7:30 CEST time, we will have Howling Hostility. We are in our 20th entry in the series after what is seemingly a year of doing this, and it has been a very fantastic time having many players. Some of the players that actually were here are also in our bracket. We have Rezel, we have Doritooo, we have pietaa from time. Actually, no, not pietaa. Pietaa hosts the event. We have plenty of players who have made it here, who have made it in our brackets, Zato-VaN included. So if you are interested in testing your mettle in a bracket that isn't necessarily on the heights of SaltyEU, but you want to get into the swing of things anyway, we do have the event tomorrow at 7:30 CEST. If you do want to come by, join the YoKai server. And we do have the signups right here in the chat, if you don't mind me putting it there, Ice.
Yep, you might not have, like, I don't think you have a link, right? Can you DM me the link? I'll just put it in commentary. I'll get it there real quick.
Give me a second. I will get that sorted for you. So there we go. So there's the link to the registration, and then I will get the link to the server.
Yeah, I like. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's the same link.
It's the same link. No, I'm fumbling. All right. It's not letting me copy it. Whatever. It is what it is.
I like that. A lot of tournaments they have like super fancy names, and they call like the place they hold is something else. And SaltyEU is just like Guilty Gear Strive Tournament. It's like,
yeah, I go.
That's it.
Yeah, but overall, it's very fun. We're going to have a fun time, and do stay tuned with YoKai as well, because I will be eventually, when I get situated in Florida, I will be running NA events as well. I will be rebranding the name of the event. It used to be Misfit Brawl, and we used to have we used to run it every Monday, but due to conflictions, we had to reschedule. But I had to go on hiatus, so instead of Misfit Brawl, I will be moving into a more YoKai related theme of brackets, so we are going to be rebranding to Den of Demons. So if you are interested in keeping an eye out and watching that, even if you are on the EU side, you can definitely take a look and have some fun. So I hope to see you guys in the future. Again, thank you, Isuka, for letting me back on comms after it's been so long since I've had the privilege of doing so. Thank you to the chat for being as warm and receptive as you always are. This region is really great. And again, thank you, Yuckers, for being my partner in crime, as per usual. It's always a pleasant time, and it's always a fun time.
Damn, you just straight up called me Yuckers. I can't believe it.
Yeah, Yuckers. Yuckers.
We've done it so much, I've just dubbed you Yuckers now. Thank you, Yucker.
Yummers.
Yeah, no worries.
I'll call you Yummers instead, dude.
Don't call me Yummers.
Yummers.
I don't want to call another man Yummers. I don't think I want to do that today. Anyways, have a good one. It's been a pleasure.
All right, we're gonna go to Volta's stream. Was in the tournament today. It's a Polish Slayer player. Used to play a more based character, but you know now is on Slayer. I guess that's okay. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoy. We'll be back tomorrow with some Xrd. So, GG's, have a good one. Peace out.
Bye bye. Play Blaze Blue.
Yeah.